Hello again, friends! And you are... God it. And you are our friends. Maybe you're not my friend. You're not my friend. I feel like it's an episode of The In-Betweeners here. Welcome to Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru. Some of us aren't feeling the greatest today. Not just because of the weather or illness, but also because of the death of everything that was good about wrestling for at least a little while. I'm your host, the great Brian Last. You hear a man over here? It's like an out-of-breath Ric Flair. I don't know what's going on over there. Here he is, the star of the Drive-Thru, Mr. Jim Cornette.
My chest hurts, Brian. Oh, God. The last thing you said to me before we started rolling tape, as they used to say in the broadcasting industry, was, my voice may be a little rough, but I'll be fine. And then the first words out of your mouth were, hello, friends. Sounded like fucking Professor Irwin Corey. Hello, friends. Is this the way this is your show? Is this the way it's going to be?
This is the way it's going to be. It sounds like it. We've just started. We've only just begun.
You sound like, is your voice just now changing? Are you hitting puberty at this late stage of the game? By next week, you may sound like George Foghorn Winslow. Look that one up, kids, in the Google machine.
Well, this episode certainly may be my Peter Brady phase on the show.
Who else gives the people this much pop culture just crammed into, just jammed into? We give the people a solid hour of entertainment crammed into a 3-hour program every single time.
That's right.
We do this thing.
Sometimes we stretch that hour to 4 hours. We give you an hour's worth of entertainment and 4 hours of show.
Well, every once in a while, we're feeling froggy. I was feeling good. Now my face hurts at your goddamn soliloquy there. You sounded like Barney in the Mayberry Choir. There's another one for you, folks.
Can I tell you something? I'm going to disappoint.
Well, I guess you're going to. It's your show.
I'm going to start off by making you happy, and then I'm going to disappoint you, which I'm sure has happened many times in life.
And I think several people could probably say that about me.
The other day, I was on my couch. I'd come in from outside. I was going to relax in the air conditioning. I was going through my TV, the various things I have available to me, and I put on the Ghost and Mr. Chicken. And I watched it for a while, and I really liked it, but then I walked away, so I have no idea what happened after about 35 minutes into the movie.
Oh, wait. Oh, God. That's right. That's the only time you've ever seen it.
I've never seen it, no.
You've never seen the movie, so you start watching the movie, and then you walk off on the Ghost of Mr. Chicken.
You know, part of the problem is you've ruined it for people, because you've made it so much greater than it could ever even be in its greatness.
No, there is the greatness and fantasticness of it can never be overstated. It's a literal.
It sounds like something I would have said in the movie right there.
Yes, that's what I had a boy, Jimmy. No, that's the thing. It's like a Seinfeld greatest hits episode. It's like just one scene after another of just incredibleness. It will never be forgotten. You've got to sit down and watch the whole goddamn thing now. Did you at least see did you catch it from the start? Did you see the setup to the piece?
Oh, of course. The start was what you had to see to understand anything. And I understood that before I walked away, yes.
What was it?
Well, he's a putz. And everyone treats him like a putz. And the dog is barking. This is kind of like the movie right now. And then a dog starts barking.
No.
And he thinks he sees a murder.
Okay, all right.
And it clearly looks like it's a murder. And then it's like some ridiculous thing. Like the woman hit him with a bread roll. And he's in the bushes. And he's drunk. And he thought it was a murder. And it was going to be his big story in the newspaper.
What was his name?
Seymour Littlefield.
No, the drunk that got whacked over the head by his wife.
I don't know the name of the
Calvert Weems. Of course, everyone knows that Don Knotts' character was Luther Haig's. And the old haunted house was the old Simmons place.
Did you like Don Knotts on Three's Company?
No, Don Knotts with curly hair and lecherousness didn't get over to me. It was very strange, very odd.
Did you like Harley Race with curly hair and lecherousness?
Well, that fit more apropos-ly. But, and also, The Ghost of Mr. Chicken, one of the great casts of 60s television character actors and actresses in the entire thing. Everybody from Rita Shaw to, the whole cast. It's a greatest hits, a hall of fame of TV character actors from the 60s.
What do you think of the Shaggy Dog?
I liked him. He was a cute little fella. No, I enjoyed I always liked Disney dog movies. Absent-minded professors and dogs I liked. I wasn't much on the teen movies.
When was the first time you saw Old Yeller?
Oh, now don't make me cry.
You said you love Disney dog movies. I'm curious when the first time
I'm talking about
you would have seen that.
Fluffy, lovable dog movies and people that change into dogs, or
who's more lovable than Old Yeller?
People's brains or whatever the case. Not to where the dog dies in the end, you son of a bitch. As Brute Bernard would say, cocksucker. Don't remind me of that stuff.
So you still haven't answered the question.
I don't.
You're not going to answer.
I was a very young child. I saw it, and I didn't want to see it again then after that.
Did you have ABC in Louisville? Did you watch like Disney stuff on TV?
Wait a minute. What the fuck did we have? No. They showed slides on the wall of a barn when I was a kid here in Louisville.
Not every single city had ABC. A lot of them had CBS and NBC. ABC was the third network. They weren't everywhere.
I'll have you know that we got ABC here in Louisville the same year I was born.
Well, there you go.
So, yes, I was able to watch The Wonderful World of Disney in color, thanks to, by 1966, I believe, thanks to the television set that the Courier-Journal gifted my father. It was a big deal when that came, color television. He was an executive and got this big console color TV as some kind of bonus or appreciation gift or whatever, and then took 3 people to carry the fucking thing down the stairs. It only had like a 19-inch screen, but it was a piece of furniture. And and when it quit working 20 years later, my mom left it set there forever, and I thought she was going to keep it, and I moved away and came back one time, and it was gone. She said, well, it hadn't worked as long as just, I said, it looked so nice. It was a piece of furniture. We could have like taped a picture of the family over the screen and just made it a nice frame or something.
What do you think of The Fugitive? Do you think they should have stayed black and white till the end? Do you wish it was color the whole way, or do you think it was just the way it was?
The first season, what was it? First season or first 2 seasons were black and white. And then it
was the first few seasons. I think it may have been the first 3.
They had to tint when they switched from black and white to color. They'd already shot the open, and the open took footage from the pilot. So they had to tint the explanatory open, where you learned that he was falsely convicted of murdering his wife, but a train wreck on the way to the gallows set him free to pursue the one-armed man that was the real killer, free to toil at many jobs and change his identity. And they had to color tint all that stuff because it was all in black and white. That's why the open in the color years was very strange looking. But the black and white added more to the noir aspect of the piece, I thought. Color, it was just like every other 60s series.
But then you see certain shows right when color became more mainstream, more widespread, because it was around earlier, but it was more expensive. Like Batman, when that hit, that was a color show. You had to see it in color.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was what it was selling color for ABC, along with, I think Bewitched was on ABC, right? I remember the commercials, Bewitched, this season in color. And they showed the anime. It was like, holy shit. This is a big deal. Bonanza was always in color. They spent the money because they had it filmed and they knew they were going to syndicate. So that's why they started in 1959. And the original Superman TV show with George Reeves, after the first 2 seasons, I believe, they went to color because it was so popular. They knew they had something.
When did local wrestling for you go to color? When did wrestling go to color in each market? That'd be an interesting thing to look at.
Thank you very much. I'm not quite there. Remember, we didn't have a TV show here in Louisville until 1970, by the time that I would have been cognizant of watching television. And then it took me, a year and a half to find it or whatever. But by 72, Bruiser was in color.
Would it have been in color by 70, even though you didn't discover it then? Would it have been in color?
Well, that's what I'm thinking is I've got some footage from Indianapolis television, early Heenan, Lanza, some interviews with Bruiser, I don't know how I think this came directly from somebody that may have got into the television station archives at one point. That was 67-ish, 66, 67, and it was black and white. So I'm thinking that most of the local stations, especially in the major markets, that went to color probably did so late 60s, early 70s off top of my head. This is probably on Wikipedia. As far as when an individual local television station started broadcasting in color, and if a wrestling show was done from their studio, that would have determined whether the wrestling show was in color or not. Because in the 60s, what wrestling promotion or promoter was shooting their own television in an arena independent of a local TV studio? Not many. Maybe still Paul Bosch in Houston.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm actually trying to think of it.
Yeah. Wrestling at the Chase.
Vince McMahon was shooting in D.C., but was he using the local TV station?
Well, no, the Northeast, they did some studio shows. You've seen pictures.
No, of course, but there was also the show out of D.C. That's the
one. That's what I'm saying. They were early on in that they went to an arena, and it was it a local television station providing the production equipment and aspect of it, or did they hire their own folks? There weren't that many production companies back then that did television besides television stations. That would so. The point is, it would have probably been dependent on the television station or the local production company that would go on location to the few places that were doing location stuff, Houston, Northeast, whatever, and their equipment, rather than the wrestling company say, well, we'd like to go to color. Because I can't imagine any promoter. I mean, Jesus Christ, when Ring of Honor was sold to Sinclair, 11 years ago, and they started looking at production cost, the cost of doing HD was 2 or 3 times that of what standard definition was, and so that wasn't an issue. It was going to be standard definition television. The same principle of discussion would have applied back in the days of changing from black and white to color. That's not a step that any of the wrestling promotions were going to take unless black and white was just no longer available and everybody changed their equipment, because it would have been more expensive to be at the vanguard of that, which is why even none of the 50s wrestling films, clips, etc. that exist are in color. And I don't think I've seen anything from the 60s.
Maybe from the late 60s. I'm trying to think of the earliest promos I've seen in color. This is a good question.
Well, and see, now remember the promos that were shot that are part of the Mid-Atlantic film collection that I salvaged. That was 1974, but they were shot on film. So even if, you could broadcast color film on television in black and white, but you couldn't broadcast black and white anything on television in color. So
this may sound crazy, but I'm thinking maybe the earliest color wrestling I've seen might be out of Detroit.
That's a good thought, because Sheik bought that production truck very early, even before Crockett did. Worldwide Sports Television Truck, or whatever they called it. That was early 70s. So that may, and that's at the time when he was making more money, and the Detroit territory was grossing more money than most places. And that's why he made that step to buy the truck. So he may have got something that was brand new at the time. And then as things went on, some of these promoters got deals on trucks. As a matter of, here's another thing, hearkening back to the Ring of Honor sale. When that was happening, I heard from David Crockett that the Nemo truck, National Electronics Mobile Operation, the truck that Crockett used in all the North and South Carolina spot shows to do the syndicated television in the I think, 1980 is when they started. So in the 80s. It was still in one of the Crockett's backyards, and it didn't need to be renovated and brought up to date. And they were in a trap. Like, Jesus Christ, that thing's fucking 35 years old. A 35-year-old television truck. What would you be able to keep? The roof? Would everything else have to be completely redone, retrofitted, changed, etc., whatever? There might have still been black and white cameras in that truck.
Who knows what Jackie Crockett left behind in that truck?
Hey, DNA of Crockett, all that, that's the way you can tell if it's a legitimate Crockett relic. Just check for Jackie Crockett's DNA. But can I do the charity updates real quick before we get into your program, Brian?
No charity talk this week on the show. I think everyone's sick of it.
Oh, come on. I'm just telling everybody how good they're doing. The Sin shirt is still on sale. We're going to feature that for another couple of weeks because they're still selling, and it's money for a good cause. At JimCornette.com, you can go and buy the I'm a Sin Guy shirt in the lime green lettering, which is the official color of Mental Health Awareness Month, which was May when we started this, and 100% of the proceeds go to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is NAMI, NAMI.org for short. You can donate to NAMI.org if you don't want the shirt, or buy the shirt, and we'll donate. Stace and a bunch of the cult members on Instagram have been sending out the links. And thanks to Brian Lass, your brief, shining moment of charity and compassion, something completely out of character for you, where you actually gave funds to the needy. With your matching and my matching and the folks out there, we raised over $5,000 by May 31st, and I'm going to get a total on first week of June by the time that we convene for another one of these programs. Were you going to defend yourself and your charitable nature?
I was going to defend the wonderful people that I'm helping. You called them needy. I would not call them needy. They need a friend. They need a hand. But needy, no. You're being very disrespectful for people I care a lot about.
Oh, don't
and
try
I'm not gonna. I'm not going to put up with that.
Don't try to swerve this around. I wasn't saying this particular group of people was needy. I'm saying you wouldn't give a cripple crab a crutch. You have never been a charitable person, and you give nothing to anyone who needs anything. And you had an epiphany here, and you gave away some of that money. You cracked open the vault. Moths flew out. Tell the truth. At New Last Manor there, you have a vault in the basement like Jack Benny did on his television program, where you got to go past the alligator moat and the alarm systems and the people with swords. But anyway, here's another thing about these shirts. Before I finish that up, I said we're going to have another few weeks. We're going to have the I'm a Sin Guy shirts featured with the money going to NAMI, so get them while they're available. But by popular demand and numerous requests, they're going to be a limited number because we left out an important part of the constituency. So there's going to be a limited number of I'm a Sin Girl shirts that are going to be offered in the next week or two. We'll let you know, just because some people were like, hey, what about me? You left me out. But anyway, that's at JimCornette.com, and you'll be happy to know, everybody who's got money invested in this still, did you see the picture, Brian, that Hotchkiss Featherbottom tweeted out of the mini dollies lined up at the post office loading dock with another big shipment from Cornette's Collectibles a day or two ago?
I did see it, and I was surprised. I always hear you talk about this. I've seen pictures in the past, but this was over the top. This was
excessive. It was over the top. It was a hat on a hat. Well, we're getting them out, and there's literally less than 150 left, and they're many multiples of items, multiple figures, books, T-shirts involved, and everything. We've got all kinds of stuff laid out already. I'm signing around this program and for the next few days, and everything by the first of the week will be in the mail to the customers that have ordered this, in many cases, so long ago. So we appreciate that. So don't miss out on the I'm a Sin Guy shirts. Sin Girl shirts are coming up. Action figures are almost out. And while we're also doing the charitable update, a reminder that because we didn't do a Crusade for Children fundraiser at JimCornette.com because we got busy and I got behind and blah, blah, blah. We're doing one next month in July. They'll take your money all year round, folks. They're very good about that at WHAScrusade.org. But this was Crusade weekend this past weekend, and around my action figure signing and outdoor activities with the Monroe brothers, I caught as much of it as possible, but I just want to give people the update. This year's total for the 69th annual WHAS Crusade for Children that we've mentioned so many times, it benefits special needs kids in Kentucky and southern Indiana, $5,133,684.69 from everybody here. I realize now this year, there are most people, Brian, that live not only in Louisville and the metropolitan area, but in the state of Kentucky and southern Indiana. Most people, the Crusade has been around longer than they've been alive. Next year will be 70 years. They've never missed a year. I think it was 45 or 50 years before they ever didn't top the previous year's total. And then finally it got to where this one, fundraising effort is raising, millions of dollars out of this one community and widespread area every year. And so they can't. And then, pandemics and financial crises and everything. But as of this year, they've gone over $200 million that have been raised in the life of this telethon and this effort. So, and the winners that guess who the biggest contributor was, the top fire department was Pleasure Ridge Park again. And that they always win because they got a bunch of rich pricks out there. $156,000 they raised. The Catholics, they actually do something good. Around here, the Catholics raised over $200,000, but guess who raised over $400,000 in 1 year for the Crusade for Children?
I have no idea.
Our electric company, Louisville Gas and Electric, gave over $400,000 from the employees and their various fundraising efforts and where they asked people to kick in on their bills or whatever the case. So here's the thing I've said a million times, besides the fact that the Crusade is the epitome of local television. And that's why I love it. Because every year...
Hey, will Randy Atcher be playing this year?
Shut up! For the longtime listeners, my TV cowboy hero of a kid, I saw him about 4 years ago playing on the Crusade. I'm like, God damn, he must be 95. He looks so good. Randy Atcher. I used to T-Bar V Ranch. Brush your teeth each morning. Get lots of sleep at night. Mind your mom and daddy, for they know what is right. The whole 9 yards. I said, he looks great. I wonder how old he is. And you looked him up. They were playing an old tape. He'd been dead for 10 years. Son of a bitch. That's why, you know what I'd say to Randy Atcher if he was here right now?
Oh, I know this line.
I'd say, Randy, what are you doing here? You've been dead for 20 years. But anyway, not only is it the epitome of local television and everybody, and the stories are in. So one of the firefighters this year from one of the fire departments got hit by a car while because they do roadblocks and collect money at every red light within 30 miles of Louisville. And so they had an update on him and they donated the fund, or not donated, but they dedicated the fundraising effort to him. And there's been updates on him on the news. And you've got the kids that have been helped by the Crusade coming back to do spots and all this. It's the epitome of local television. But also, if every television market in the United States did something like this, imagine how much, for anything, for cancer, for handicapped children, for anything that people can universally agree on that we need to do something about. If you can raise $5 million with something, and I know it's ingrained in the community, 70 years, people have grown up, lived, and died. The Crusade for Children, that's what people look forward to every year. But if you instituted something like that, and the deal for this was the same as like Sam Muchnick's deal with, what was it, Harold Koppler at KPLR TV. They were on the plane together and did the contract on the back of a napkin. My dad's old boss, Barry Bingham Sr., the William Randolph Hearst of Louisville, decided he's got a newspaper, he's got a radio station, now he's got this brand new thing called TV on the air. He's going to do something for the community. And still to this day, they blow off 36 hours of ABC network programming, and everybody's involved. So $5 million in Louisville. And Louisville is what? It used to be in the mid-30s. I don't know what the rank of our television market is now. I don't need to know these things anymore. But the number 30-something market, there's 200 and something television markets in the United States. Some would obviously not raise $5 million. I would think you could do better in New York. I don't know, though, with you uncharitable old sods up there. But
you know what I think the biggest problem in New York is? The amount of people still watching local TV. I don't think anyone young watches local TV up here at all.
Well, but see, that's not the only component of this.
Of course not.
That's the podium. That's the flagship. But it's the people in the community that get involved and work with the television, and the television station keeps the Crusade Fund, and they've administrated it for all these years, and it's 100%. Everybody donates their time, and there's no, expenses taken out of the donations or whatever. But every fire department, and like I said, the Catholic Church and all that, down to the kids doing their lemonade stands and the cake sales and, saving money in their piggy banks. And then they all used to, now it's so spread out and so big you can't, but they all used to go downtown and be featured on the television program. And that's the day of the year you got to see your friends and neighbors, and everybody could be on television and everybody was a star. And that's what got people started organizing it, and then it took on a life of itself. So it's not just about TV, it's about some local entity with the podium, the platform, and the reach and the scope and the ability to mobilize other people. And who works with every business in town? Television and radio and broadcasting station and newspapers, because that was the way you advertised at various points. Well, it just so happened the Bingham family had all of them. So if you wanted to get the word out about anything in Louisville at one point, you were dealing with them. So that kind of effort, I'm saying, would be a whole lot more goddamn, what's the word I'm searching for, constructive than some of the other efforts that you see people going through these days, is all I'm saying. But anyway, we're going to have the JimCornette.com Cornette's Collectibles fundraiser in July. And I'll tell everybody what it is in the next week or two when I get some peace and quiet off of getting the rest of these orders out. But otherwise, I had a very nice weekend. I divined an oak tree, Brian. Got the back fence is all done. Got out with the Monroe brothers, trimmed some trees, hauled some bush, and divined the oak tree back there. Now that we can get to it, we've refigured the fence. And you like divining trees? I play a game out of it.
I dream of swinging on the vine, so I always stay away from that stuff. But it's funny you say this, because the other day when you were trending on Twitter, I was saying to myself,
wait, when did I trend again?
Yeah, you were trending.
What was that? What did I do this time?
Well, I was going to ask you later on.
Bury the lead.
I don't know if you want me to mention it now, but Dave Meltzer was commenting on you again.
All right, then save it for later.
But what I was going to say is when that happened, I almost tweeted something out, but I held back. I said, he's outside right now having the greatest time of his life on his property, not sitting here on Twitter doing this for some reason. I just knew you were outside having a good time.
Yes, I was out there on Sunday afternoon, as a matter of fact. Beautiful day. And The reason I asked about devining the tree is because, no, these are not big. I have some in the back southwest quadrant, big enough that you could swing off of if you wanted. I have to have Corky, the tree lumberjack, come and take those things down. But I was cleaning out around the back fence row there where they put the new fence in, and an oak tree that's in the corner. And son of a gun, it's been a few years. I don't get back there all the time, right? These things grow like crazy, these vines. You can get 10, 12 feet a year out of these things.
You can climb them for real.
Well, you can when they get big enough.
Yeah.
These were the green small ones, and see, they'll fuck you. Because if you get the bottom, you got to clip them at the bottom so it dies off. But if you want to get the vine off the tree, and you've caught it before it's really grown in, then if you pull up gently, it's like Velcro. But you can't pull too hard too fast or it'll break, and then you end up or you can't reach it and you're just pissed off. And I'll have you know that I got and we measured a 40-foot vine in one piece off of that tree. I just wanted to hear a round of applause from you for that.
Is that impressive? 40-foot a vine?
Yes, taking it in one piece right off the trunk of the thing. By hand. All right, you're just not a woodsman. You're
right. I'm not.
You got no wood. You got no wood in you.
Oh, I've got lots of wood.
Well, all right, then build us a show-like structure where we can do this program then.
Now you're asking too much, but now that we've gotten past the divining of the trees and the charity and the color TV.
The charity, you can't even say the word without making a face and it sounding like you've just tasted something sour.
Oh, no, it's my sinuses. Listen, There's a lot going on in wrestling.
Yeah.
We just did a show the other day talking about the last-minute announcement that CM Punk was injured. And we talked about how sad we were. MJF's missing in action. CM Punk out of action. At least on Raw, we have Cody. And now Cody's out of action.
Do you think it's something we said? Are we cursed? Are we jinxed?
If that's the case, I just want to say House of Black is doing a great job.
Yeah, we love them.
Oh, I love the House of Black.
Yeah, well, we're going to get to their doppelgangers here in a few minutes too. But I swear to God, both these promotions are broke, busted, and disgusted and dicked by the dangle dong of destiny. It's like, I'll lose this promotional war. No, hold my beer. I'll lose this way. I can lose that war in 5 matches. I can lose that war in 4 matches. Lose that war. If it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. I think I've finished with all the similes. And here's the thing. With Punk and Cody, it couldn't be any one of these 100 interchangeable, indie-rific, high-flying spot monkeys in either company that don't matter and don't make any difference in ratings or revenue or entertainment value or whatever, and you don't miss them if they're gone. It has to be Cody and Punk, the two shining examples of something that we at least could stand to fucking watch that are going to be out for who knows how long, because we still don't. Cody hadn't had his surgery yet, and Punk, I don't even know what the injury is specifically yet that he's going to have surgery for. Maybe he's already had it by the time you hear this.
Cody was teasing Money in the Bank on Raw.
Well, no. What I believe they did, without getting into the specifics of what we are with, is this where we are going to talk about Raw or whatever? I think now they're trying to blame Rollins. They're trying to put people's minds in that, well, a month from now he could have done it, but Rollins hurt him worse. Try to get some heat on Rollins. But I don't even want to tell you now what I think about what Rollins just fucking did.
Well, let's wait till we get there for the review, but let's talk about these injuries, the injury bug.
Besides that, Danielson, right? Did we hear that Danielson is banged up for something for a week or two?
Did we ever get confirmation how badly he hurt himself if he did it all when he got his leg caught in the ramp?
No, I heard nothing after that. And again, as I said, I can believe he wasn't horribly injured in that, or elsewise, I don't think he would have. I don't think it would have happened the way it happened, and they made that big of a show of getting him out of there. I think his fucking leg went down there, and then he just decided to work with it. And remember, we talked about that, where he was kind of selling it and making some faces and everything. But no, I don't believe he was necessarily injured there. But I mean, if they say it's only a week or two, it's probably just something he's banged. But what that does is that takes him out of this Wednesday's conniption fit they're going to have, the battle royal to determine the guy that goes to fight the guy that goes to fight what the fuck. And Adam Cole. Now they're saying, well, he's going to be out a few weeks because he's just banged up generally. And of course, MJF has been removed from everything. Not related. Injured feelings are behind that one on a number of sides, probably. But the point is, if Tony had not rushed and blurted out this contrived, complicated plot to name an interim champion as soon as he heard that Punk was injured, they wouldn't have painted themselves into a corner where now apparently they're going to have this battle royal without Danielson, who ought to be the guy that wins it.
So you're not against the concept of the interim champion, just the idea that it was rushed out, whatever the decision, whatever the announcement was rushed out. There
is a precedent for interim champions in combat sports. The UFC's done it, blah, blah, blah. They did it for 2 weeks in January over the TV title or whatever it was in AEW. But, an interim champion, that's fine, especially if Punk's going to be out 3 months. And again, as I said, that's when you use the opportunity to, as Vince McMahon used to tell his staff, let's turn a negative into a positive. So our new champion, CM Punk, can't wrestle. So what do we do now? He's not going to be able to defend this title for maybe 2-3 months or whoever knows how long. Okay, do we name an interim champion? Well, how do we get there? Well, okay, let's figure out a way to get there. And then also let's figure out a way for that interim champion to be the guy that CM Punk could face on pay-per-view whenever he's ready to return, whatever our next big goddamn event where we're going to gross millions of dollars in one night is. And let's work backward from there and see how we get those two together, which would be Bryan Danielson. And then you turn the negative into the positive. Punk is out, but he's still champion. Danielson, and I don't agree with a battle royal. That just clutters the thing up, and it's mark booking. And it shouldn't have been announced at the same time. If Punk had come out and announced the injury, and then they would have said that not Tony Khan making this announcement. We've seen what he comes off like on television. If they just said that, ladies and gentlemen, right now, Tony Khan and members of the AEW staff are meeting to determine how an interim champion will be crowned in AEW to defend that title while CM Punk is inactive, and then to unify it on his return. And we're going to have those plans and that announcement next week here on the program. Then you've got a week not to fucking go off and fart out a bunch of shit that may bite you in the ass later on. You got a couple of days to evaluate all your top guys and see what is or isn't going to be fucked up if you change somebody around. You've led the people. They've heard an announcement from CM Punk that the brand new champion is now going to undergo surgery. So it's not like you need massive more amounts of announcements on that same program. You've led them to watch next week, and they can speculate and they can think, and everybody on Twitter and social media, what's going to happen? How are they going to handle this? What are they going to do? And then they would tune in next week to see what that announcement is if you didn't blab it ahead of time. And that announcement could have been, instead of this battle royal horse shit, and they want to figure in their New Japan co-promotion, the Forbidden Door, and they had already announced Punk versus Tanahashi, right? Was that the Japanese fellow he's going to face?
I don't know if it was officially announced. They certainly teased it, and everyone
Well, they
thought that.
played his music, and they walked out and said "fuck you" to each other, basically from afar. So one would imagine.
He did his hair. I think he was ready.
Yeah, okay, so the point is, then you say, okay, the following week, you say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's what we are going to do. We have picked the 4 top individuals in AEW that we feel could fill this spot, and you've got an out with MJF because he's currently on the naughty list, and that whole thing's going on. You're already going to put Moxley in it because he's allegedly going to fight the winner of the Battle Royal. We'll just bring Moxley, Danielson, and 2 other fucking guys. And we're going to have elimination matches on next week's Dynamite, where somebody's going to have to win twice in one night. And then you have fucking Moxley versus Jack and Danielson versus Jill. And then Moxley versus Danielson, and Danielson wins and goes to the fucking pay-per-view and beats Tanahashi, because who else can wrestle Japanese style better than Bryan Danielson? And who would in NJPW not mind one of their top guys doing a job for? Because I'd assume he wasn't going to beat Punk on AEW's own pay-per-view. So, and then Bryan Danielson says, well, I proved it. I'm the best wrestler in the world. I not only beat the best that AEW had to offer, but then I beat the best from Japan, and now I'm the AEW champion, and fuck Punk. He never did what I did. And then you've got that little prick, subtle heel, smart-ass, technical wizard Bryan Danielson doing the heel shit that he was doing back in December for 3 months or however long it is before CM Punk is back and ready to go, and then you have Punk Danielson unification. 2 walk in, 1 walk out in whatever fashion. The loser don't have to go home, but he can't stay here, and the winner's the only champion. Now you've got a fucking match. But instead, some fucking yahoo is going to win a battle royal, and then Moxley's going to beat him up in a stinky match, and then Moxley and Tanahashi are going to have Moxley's masturbatory Japanese fetishes. I can see it coming a mile away. But that's what I would have done. Instead of just blurting this out and telling everybody everything at one time, calm down, string it out, think about it. Who can you fucking get over and feature? And the 2 guys that lose to Moxley and Danielson in your 4-man, fucking one-night tournament. They don't have to be chopped liver, and they might be elevated by being the 2 guys underneath the 2 top guys. But, so again, no Cole, no Danielson, no MJF, no fucking Punk, no fucking ratings, no fucking viewers, no fucking... And with Cody.
Do you want to talk about Raw, or do you want to talk about the pay-per-view first?
Well, I guess we talk about them both together. Really, was there anything else on the pay-per-view? I mean, we'll talk about Lashley and his poor situation. But Cody, at least, I'm still unclear exactly. They say that he partially tore it in the brawl with Rollins and then completely tore it working out.
They're saying that. We don't know.
They're saying that, well, I don't know a lot of people that would bench heavy with a partially torn pec. I don't know he would have been benching at all. So maybe either one, they're trying to get heat on Rollins by giving him some contributory factor to the start of it, or actually it was just a freak accident. And well, let's talk about the freak accidents, because now apparently we're finding out you were right, because people have actually cut the clip on Twitter and they're talking about it. Punk was limping after he did the ramp dive. And that may have been what I'm sure it didn't do any good that he slipped on that springboard and stomped the mat as hard as he could with the injured foot from 5 feet in the air. But I'm wondering now if he missed the springboard because he banged his foot or his ankle or whatever. But so the point is, again, all of these fucking chaotic indie-rific fucks do all this crazy shit that ought to paralyze people and get right up, and our money ball players stage dive and work it out in the gym. They're snake bit. This is not just normal bad luck. It was like Sting being pulled off the cage the night of the big angle, right? And it's like, So with Punk, he had just won the belt. And with Cody, you knew that was his destination. And now the main event picture's in turmoil.
You know, let me ask you this. Do you think when word of the Punk injury got out, Cody said, I've had enough of this guy. I'll show him how to do an injury.
Well, at least Cody's looked better to the naked eye.
Think about what that is. Tearing your pec off the bone. Jesus Christ.
Well,
how much was he benching?
Well, it could be, he could have done that fucking flipping the light switch off. If it's time, it's time. I mean, there's always a way to do a freak thing. I don't think he was trying to be Mark Henry and go for a fucking world weightlifting record that we weren't hearing about. He was probably doing his normal workout, but one bad motion, maybe it was already aggravated in some way that he didn't know if he didn't aggravate it in the pull apart. Shit like that you see often happens the most innocent of circumstances. Well, remember Vince? I know he was older and let's face it, Vince probably done a lot more supplements than Cody has in his life, but Vince dives in the goddamn ring and tears both his quads. You know, shit can happen, and it's just a wrong movement with weight or off balance or whatever. So, I don't know, but again, just the timing and both top guys, both top baby faces in both companies. And the Hell in a Cell, the pay-per-view, the match, it was amazing the way that they were able to put that together. I gave them some slack on putting a hat on a hat, the toolbox and the gimmicks and the kendo stick and the Hell in a Cell and everything, because they went 30 minutes and one guy had one arm. So they were trying to gimmick it up to keep the flow going and to cover up for the things that Cody couldn't do. And it actually, I got to be honest with you, if there was a way that they could have worked that match without the injury actually being real, they couldn't have done it any better. For a guy with one arm selling a bad arm, selling a wrestling injury, to have that match, it couldn't have been done any better. The bruising had the people at the start because they could see it everywhere, and you just heard, and it took them a few minutes, do you notice, to get into the match because they were still a little queasy. They went, instead of ooh, they went ooh, and they were kind of standoffish with it at first until they really got going.
They got into it there, but I do think that's the reaction a lot of people at home had, was just it was hard to truly get into it because you actually were worried about the guy. It looked really bad.
But the way that they took him on the ride and built it, they got him at the end, and I think the people got back in it like that. We think he's going to do it. The play-by-play of the match wasn't as important as just the overall way they structured it. Cody brought out some of his dad there. That was a smoke and mirrors deal. He couldn't do a lot of his regular shit. If he did do it, it looked different because that even affects your balance just when he's trying to run and jump up on the ropes. And just a lot of people said, well, how much more damage could he have done? If he tore the thing off the bone, it's torn. That's like, you can't get more pregnant, right? So as long as he wanted to put up with fucking excruciating pain on a regular basis for a half an hour, he wasn't going to do a lot more fucking damage to his pec, but god damn, But just the way that they structured it and they kept it alive, and Cody fought from underneath the whole time, obviously, because the one-armed man, can't just be the world beater. But he did it enough and in enough logical ways and often enough, but not too often. It kept him in it, but still Seth got tons of heat and he whipped him with the weight belt. The only thing I didn't like about the match, and it wasn't what the boys did, it's what the people did. Did you notice Seth Rollins with the heel was the guy that twice he pulled a table out from under the ring? And they're in Chicago. It's not even Philadelphia. But every time that he pulled the table out, the fans cheered like crazy. Now, otherwise, they were reacting to this match like you'd want them to. They were behind Cody, and they'd chant for him and, cheering for the underdog. But whenever the tables, we have made the tables in wrestling more popular than the fucking wrestlers. Because now, no matter who, Mother Teresa, or this innocent 6-month-old baby, we're going to put them through a table. The people will fucking cheer because the tables are more popular than the wrestlers. It wasn't Seth and Cody that did this. It was everybody involved in wrestling that couldn't stop with the furniture. The bull rope spot I liked because at least they got some time out of it. And it was what do the kids say, a callback to Dusty. By the time they got into the go-home spots with the false finishes, they were getting big fucking pops on the 2 counts. And then again, the other thing I didn't like about it, now that I'm counting them, the sledgehammer, God damn it, it's just ridiculous.
That was a callback, though, we're talking callbacks.
I know, the breaking the throne, because Triple H, but I said the same thing when Triple H used a sledgehammer, and anybody else that's ever used a sledgehammer. If you've got a sledgehammer, and it takes more than one shot, and you don't win, but at least they kept the sledgehammer in play without finally somebody got hit with it. There wasn't they kept fumbling and etc. But again, finally, and even they milked it good at the end. Cody couldn't lift the fucking hammer. But then Seth tried to get it, but Cody hit the crossroads and got the hammer, and then he couldn't swing it, so he did the shot to the head, which was because that's, again, at least another loophole they're closing. A poke with a sledgehammer is not the natural way that you would hit with a sledgehammer. But since he couldn't swing it because of his bad arm, the poke was somewhat reasonable. So I'm not against one-armed people using a sledgehammer in that fashion. But I mean, what a match layout, and Cody was not going to fucking let anybody down and screw up this babyface spot that he has manipulated himself into and created. He was going to, goddamn, if his arm had fallen off, he was probably going to do that. I'm kind of surprised they let him when they could see that looked that bad, but at the same time, the doctor probably said, well, he can't tear it anymore. But I thought a tremendous fucking match.
Really good match. My only issues were beyond, anything weapon-wise that I had a problem with. It was hard to watch at times because you could tell this guy's in a lot of fucking pain. There's no way to look like that and not just be in excruciating pain. But you said Cody manipulated and whatever, clawed his way. He's earned it now. He certainly has earned it, and those fans there are reacting to him exactly how they should. I'm curious what you think Vince's reaction was to the news that Cody got hurt, and then to the idea that Cody was insistent on working. And what do you think of people that are blaming Vince for the match happening? Because there is an audience for that, too, I've seen.
Blaming him for it?
How dare he force this guy to wrestle? Look at
what the... I'm sure... Here's the thing. Cody... That's probably where his familial silver tongue that he got from his daddy came in handy, because I'm sure he did some fancy talking to get Vince to go for it. At the same time, he probably didn't have to do as much fancy talking as somebody would have had to if it was 15 or 20 years ago when Vince had buku of stars on the roster waiting to just move right in that spot. But if it was done, if he really just tore it working out, Vince is going to have no heat with him whatsoever, because that shit happens, right? If he'd done it trying to help an old lady across the street, I bet Vince would have been hot. Ah, you fucking idiot, the pay-per-view. She could have made it on her own. But working out, I'm pretty sure he's got a pass there. And the fact that Cody not only wanted to work, but did work and worked to that level, and probably talked him into it, Vince into it as well. I don't know how much arm twisting it took. That's a good sign also. I don't think Vince is going to penalize or give up on anything he's been doing because of this. The question becomes, how long is that? Did Cena do a pec or a bicep at one point? And
I want to remember.
He came back.
Was that when he got stabbed, or in storyline got stabbed by Jesus?
Oh, I didn't see it, but I remember hearing about it. Probably. I don't know, but he came back in a ridiculous amount of time because Cena is a goddamn freak. Normal humans, this is going to be 3 or 4 months, I would think, at least. So the question is, and what Cody knows what he has to watch out for. He's got to watch out for somebody inexplicably and suddenly coming up from the outside, Beetle Bomb from the outside, moving up the rail. Somebody just suddenly gets over and is like, oh, wow, looky here. And when you see this roster, I think that's a long shot. Or Vince gets another idea, and Cody's out long enough that Vince is like, well, we should go in this. And then he starts liking what he's doing, and it's just Vince's attention span. If he cools off at that point, because he's all fired up now, but in 3.5 months, maybe not so much. And he thinks that's what you got to watch out for with Vince. And I'm not saying he would fire Cody. He'd still come back and have a big return and blah, blah, blah. It's just, sometimes you got to watch out that if Vince cools off on something, if it doesn't materialize right away and he has to wait on it. That's the only thing I'd be worried about if I was Cody. But again, it's more to Vince losing his focus or, the taste for the whole thing, or just the gung-ho-ness, rather than anybody else coming along that's going to take the spot away from him, because who the fuck would that be right now?
That's the other thing I was going to say. If I was Cody, I would bet on the fact that in 3 months there will be no other main eventers that have truly been developed. It'll just be the same people being moved around, just like they just did on Monday. And let's talk about Monday. Did you see Cody's promo?
Yes, and I was about to say, and they pissed right in the face of the guy who could have taken Cody's spot while he was gone, and then had a natural fucking program as soon as he came back. Seth Rollins. I thought they were doing it, and then they turned it into fucking sports entertainment horseshit. Because think about that. On Monday night, the first thing you see on Raw is the package from the pay-per-view, and the Hell in a Cell match, Cody and Seth, and obviously the disfiguring looking bruise, whatever the fuck, and then the explanation that Cody's arm or the pec is torn, and he made it through this performance, but by God, here he is. And everybody's been putting him over on social media. They showed the tweets, including from Mick Foley prominently. What a gutsy performance. Because people think, Mick gets run over by 18-wheelers and doesn't sell it. So then Cody comes out and does a huge babyface promo. When they're chanting, thank you, Cody, and blah, blah, don't thank me. It's a privilege to do what I do for you. And he's got the moist eyes, and his voice is cracking. And he mentions his daughter that you folks haven't been introduced to yet, because that was on another network.
Yes. In another multiverse, she ended racism, her birth.
Yes. And maybe they'll bring that angle over here, like Grizzly Smith and Luke Brown would say, hey, we can draw some money with them assassins, bring them in. But he wanted his daughter to know that in the darkest of times, I stood and fought. And what a fucking babyface, right? And they've just seen him go through all that shit. And then that's what you mentioned. He talked about Money in the Bank. In 4 weeks, if somehow, some way, I was able to. See, a babyface doesn't promise things he's not going to deliver. And the modern day babyfaces have either forgotten that or never been taught it. But obviously, Cody knows what a babyface should say verbally. But if somehow, some way, I got the contract and then fulfilled my destiny, became the WWE champion, etc., and that gave Seth Rollins' music an opportunity to play and him come out, and he didn't Joker or even Jack Nicholson. He didn't fucking dance and laugh, and he played it straight. And the message he delivers is, I still don't like you, but you earned my respect. What a gutsy performance. The toughest opponent I've ever been in the ring with. Dusty's proud of his baby boy. A handshake and a hug. And Seth Rollins walks out. And there we go. I thought they had figured out what to do. But no. Because as soon as then they talk, Seth is gone. And then Cody's walking out while they're wrapping up his business. And then Seth comes back out with a sledgehammer and lays Cody out, rips his clothes off, and gets heat on the fucking bad arm, the injury. What now? Who's their baby faces? Who's their baby face? Who's their top guy? Who is the top baby face now in that company? Bobby Lashley? That could...
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I think it would be Riddle. And I think they're clearly pushing him right now because they're out of guys to push.
Well, Lashley would be the top babyface, except he's been getting the shit kicked out of him by a fucking refrigerator and his ex-manager. All they had to do was leave it there. And then the next week, they announce, ladies and gentlemen, Cody Rhodes has had surgery from Dr. James Andrews in Birmingham, I would imagine. He's estimated to be out X amount of months, but he insists from his hospital deathbed that he's going to beat that because he wants to fulfill his destiny. And who's the champion around this fucking joint these days? Which one? The unified champion is still Reigns, right?
It's Roman Reigns, who's now working a lighter schedule.
Okay. Then what about if next week after they announce that Cody is having surgery and is injured, is Seth, who has just said these things and hugged him and shook his hand and kissed him and respects him, came out and said, well, I'll tell you what, I've been the champion before, and I'm going to do it again. This has lit a fire under me because Cody Rhodes may not be able to take advantage of his destiny, but I could take advantage of mine and do some kind of fucking angle. The team is in need. Roman can come back for a TV. All Roman needs to do is come out and basically say, fuck you, I'm in God mode over you too, and fucking drop Seth and him and his cohorts. And then Seth is a full-fledged babyface and can wrestle any of the heels that Cody was going to wrestle in his absence and potentially have a match with Roman Reigns, which he's probably not going to win, but at least it'd be something. And then when Cody finally comes back, then you've got a ready-made program because now Raleigh, wait a minute, I've already got this close and I'm about to do this. Well, you stepped in for me when I was hurt, but now I'm back. Well, fuck you. And then here we go again. Whatever. But the people buy Rollins. They believe in him. He was ready to be at one point when he came back from an injury a few years ago. He was one of the biggest baby faces they had, and they fucked that up. So why would... And now I can see him saying, well, we'll blame Seth for the severity of the injury after this dastardly sledgehammer attack. Well, in 4 months, how many more people are going to get attacked by blunt instruments? And will the heat still be that hot, or couldn't you have got some kind of use out of Seth's newfound respect for Cody, a la the respect that Nikita Koloff had for Magnum TA or that Lex Luger had for Sting. That night they hurt Sting. I was on the booking team with Under Flair, me and Kevin. And it was the Clash of Champions in Corpus Christi that was shooting the big angle where the Horseman turned on Sting for the big title match at the pay-per-view 3 weeks later in Greensboro, where Flair was going to drop the title to Sting. And Doug Dillinger, who spent more time as a city police officer in shoot situations than he did in working situations, jerks Sting off the fucking cage and he drops and blows his ACL. And I was pissed that night because, God damn it, that was the first time that I had encountered or experienced being on a booking team or being a booker of any kind where your fucking shit just went completely south through no fault of your own. But, your shit can go south in a heartbeat when stuff like that happens. And by overnight, the next day, Flair had decided, because that was the only thing to do, turn Luger. There was nothing else. Nothing else was ready. Nothing else made sense. And it wouldn't have worked. And we had pay-per-views weren't a dime a dozen or one a month in those days. So we had no choice. But anyway, so now Seth is still a heel. And like you said, I guess he'll wrestle Riddle. Fuck.
I want to ask you about one other thing on Raw, because it was something that everyone's been talking about. Seemed rather sudden. Of course, they do need a babyface, although I don't know if this is the route I would have gone. The House of Edge, the Judgment Day, you've been trying to get it over to me, convincing me to give it a chance, let it play out.
Yep.
It played out on Monday Night Raw this week.
It played out. Well, let's go back to the pay-per-view, because the 3 matches that I watched on the pay-per-view were Cody and Seth, Lashley and MVP and Almost, and the mixed 6-person tag with Judgment Day against AJ Finn and Liv Morgan, because I wanted to see Judgment Day. And let me just, a couple of notes I jotted down on the pay-per-view that maybe was eerily psychic somehow on exactly what not to do with these people. The entrance, the lighting, the staging, the set, the graphics, the way they're dressed, these 3 look like stars. The gimmick looks cool. It's very Brood-esque, but for 25 years later, right? Vampires were hot then. And here's things I wrote. Edge can get these 2 to the next level. And as soon as I wrote that, one of the announcers actually said it out loud. Edge is going to get these 2 to the next level. And to me, the only thing that mattered with this match was it needed a stronger babyface team, because Liv Morgan again, meh. Finn Balor has been beaten like a drum on TV for months, and he's a great in-ring technician and performer, but his personality is somewhat bleh, so he's a good guy to be in a group or whatever, or sidekick. But AJ Styles, again, impeccable work, but his push lately has gone from top to middle, so I didn't necessarily think there was a lot of heat on this match, because the babyface team is just, and also been thrown together. They just happen to start liking each other lately. I actually mentioned I'd like to see Ripley against Balor, because I hate intergender wrestling, and I would just like to see it personally, because Ripley is being held back by having to work exclusively with the other girls. She is capable of so much more. It's like she works like a guy. The body language, the fucking emotion she shows, everything. It's not just the girl stuff. She's a natural. And she knows how to work heel, too. Damian Priest, I like him, but he's doing the head palm shoot off now. Why does nobody say anything? All it would have taken when I was in the business and there were agents and or bookers, all it took was the booker or one of the agents to go up and say, Look, this right here that you just did on this tape, never do that again, or we'll fine you. But I guess nobody even notices. But anyway, like I said, the faces aren't necessarily hot as a group, and the angle didn't have any heat. But I wrote, the trio of Edge, Priest, and Ripley can be a main event deal. Whether it's tag teams with Edge and Priest and Ripley in the corner, or even if they were to do 6 persons with one of the top girls like Charlotte or Rousey or Belair. Anyway, they had a good 6-person tag, and they did a big 6-way, fought on the floor, boom, boom, boom. Ripley foiled Balor's foot stomp off the top rope, and Edge speared Balor, boom, 1, 2, 3. Besides for Liv Morgan, everybody in the match is a good worker, and several are veterans, so it was great stuff. And then we come to Monday Night Raw. Well, what'd you think of the pay-per-view match, first of all?
I thought it was all right. I was trying to give it a chance. I was kind of getting into the fact that, Edge is really embracing this new role, causing me to give it a chance. Interesting that Rhea Ripley has a new look. Vince must have saw her legs and said, we got to see them.
Actually, I saw something on Twitter that the airline lost her bag, and she had to put some shit together. So
is that what it was, really?
I saw it on, she made some comment related to that people were talking about.
Well, either way, I thought it was all right.
Well, I'm glad you went into such detail. The point is, Brian, how long were the Judgment Day together as a group from the time that Edge first took Priest under his wing? Has that been 6 weeks ago? Was it 6 weeks? Maybe 8?
I was going to say, he was doing something else at WrestleMania. He didn't become this until after WrestleMania, right?
Remember at WrestleMania it was him and Beth, and he was the grizzled old babyface veteran.
So a couple of months at the most. He just got a haircut a few weeks ago.
Oh, God damn it. Can you imagine if they'd had Ole turn on the Horseman after 4 weeks after Arn cut the promo and mentioned the name? Or what? Judgment, for those of you who didn't watch Raw, folks, and consider yourself lucky, because after the Cody announcement and Seth business and this Judgment Day interview, well, after this, I said, fuck this whole show. I don't even know if I want to watch it next week. They come out, Judgment Day, Edge, Ripley, Priest. Edge puts both these people over strong and then introduces the newest member of Judgment Day, Finn Balor. Okay. The guy that we just beat last night now has joined us, and Edge actually asked him, well, Finn, how did you come to this decision? And Finn said it was a calling. He was tired of pretending to be somebody he's not. And he was in awe of Ripley and Priest and how aggressive they were last night. And he spoke to them after the event because he, like they, are tired of being told what to do. I realized at this point that Finn Balor does not need to talk at length. He's getting it out, but he sounds like an Irish Opie Taylor. So finally, then Priest says that, what are you laughing at?
An Irish Opie Taylor, really?
Yeah, if he had a fucking, or he could be Cleon if he had a sandwich in his hand. But anyway, Balor says that, or Priest rather, says that they're ready to shed the limitations that are holding them back, and the last one is you, and he nails Edge. They've turned on the leader of their group after 6 weeks, and apparently now, I guess, will Priest be the new leader, or is it Balor? Is Balor going to be the stooge of a young guy like that, or is now Balor, since he's the veteran, going to be the leader of this piece? And in which case, they're all fucked. They nail Edge, they get heat on him, they give him a razor's edge through the announce desk. Then that goofy fucking concerto business and the chair thing in the mouth with the... If Edge is quitting the business to become a Buddhist monk, this was an acceptable turn of events. But if he is going to spend one more day in the wrestling business, they are completely batshit fucking insane. Crazy as a rainbow trout in a car wash. Couldn't say suey if the hogs had them. I could go on. What the fuck? They've only been together for 6 weeks. Finn Balor is not Edge. By the way, Edge is a Hall of Famer. Remember I said he was, because I didn't remember they inducted him in the Hall of Fame, but I said he's a near Hall of Famer. Well, apparently they did induct him in the Hall of Fame. So he is a Hall of Famer. And Finn Balor is an excellent worker in the ring, but he's never been to the level that Edge has into people's eyes and the way he was used. He is not Edge verbally. He's not Edge mentally. And he's not a Hall of Fame guy. And he's not the guy that put the group together. So now they're just 3 undercard nitwits that were about to get over. At least 2 of them were. And they took the fucking main part of the equation out of it. And now I just saw on the news on the pwinsider.com site that they've moved Edge over to the babyface side of the roster. Did you see this?
I did not see that, but that's exactly what I thought this was happening for.
Well, yeah, but I mean, officially, the morning after, they've moved him over. Like, okay, now he's one of the baby faces. So just tell people, okay, now we just move them around like chess pieces. They're all prawns in the game. But what sense did this make? Why would you do something like this? Unless Edge was, as I said, either going to retire from the business or be injured and out of action for a long period of time. And even then, he could be the group leader. Who the fuck in this group now is going to carry off one of those promos? What is the whole idea of a Hall of Fame major main event level superstar bringing these other people up to his level if now it's just 2 guys and a girl that are all right at the same fucking level, which is not there yet? Explain this to me, Brian.
I can't explain it to you. I mean, you've touched on what I believe it is, which is probably Vince McMahon panicked after Cody got hurt and said, we need a top baby face. Edge, I have more faith in you as a baby face than Finn Balor.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But now, if he wants Edge to be the top baby face, then these goofballs have just beat him up. So he's got to have a program with them. Then he's got to beat them because they're not the top heels yet. So therefore, you started this fucking group and then you took their leader away and you're going to have their leader beat them on the way to something more important.
Well, things have swung back in favor of the House of Black in this feud between the House of Edge and the House of Black. Suddenly, that's the logical wrestling horror show. But Jim, perhaps if you were watching this horrible wrestling, you didn't want to listen to it after a while. Especially these announcers. Boy, they're awful. That Byron Saxton, he's like the Shivani of Raw. If you didn't want to listen to that, maybe you'd want to listen to some music. I bet you know some great earbuds you can use.
Well, I do. I just wish I knew a good transition I could have used for this spot to make it more entertaining. But nevertheless, we shall push on. Folks, I'll tell you one thing. If you feel like jumping off of a building after watching Raw on Monday nights, don't worry about your Raycons, because the Raycon wireless earbuds, they will last. They take a licking and keep on ticking. You've seen stories on various forms of social media, people talking about their Raycons. They fell 3 stories from a burning building, did not break. The guy's ears that they were in, he didn't make it too well, but the Raycons were fabulous. That you can lose them in rain, you can lose them in snowstorms, you can lose them in an Arctic ice flow.
Why are you saying lose them?
Because that's what the copy says right here in front of me that Raycon said. You can hear about people talking about them getting lost in rain and snowstorms and still working afterwards.
Oh.
They had to send Admiral Perry all the way to the fucking North Pole. Yes, in order to find these Raycons and his team of dogs, the Mush team, the team of Mush, the dog Mush, crack the whip. And is there a whip thing on here? Hold on. I might have it. Well, That's a gunshot.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, we shot another one of those dogs because they weren't running fast enough to the North Pole. But anyway, the Raycons, that's where I was going. If you want to take a sledgehammer to them, that's your business. I'd take them out of my ears first, because the last guy that got hit in the head with a hammer while wearing the Raycons sounded good again, but the guy kept hearing bells even though they weren't playing bells. Raycon wireless earbuds also have 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. They've got the noise isolation mode or the awareness mode, so you can block out the world or you can become aware of the world. I prefer not to be aware of what's going on around me. It's easier that way. And folks, again, you get the same quality audio as the other premium audio brands, but at half the price. Half the price. Of course, they're only going to send you one bud, but for people who are deaf in one ear, it all works out. No, right now, as a limited offer for our listeners, the folks at Raycon will sell you both the earbuds and at half the price of the other premium audio brands. All you got to do is go to buyraycon, that's BUYRAYCON, buyraycon.com/JCE today, and you'll get 15% off your Raycon order. Buyraycon.com/JCE, 15% off. You stick these things in your ears, you listen to whatever you want to. The amazing space-age modern technology, and not only is the sound amazing, and you can hear anything and everything you want to, but also it's amazing the way the government is able to put these little transmitters in these things. You don't even notice it, and it beams the signal up to the space shuttle and back down off the satellite transmission directly to NASA, so they can keep track of you wherever you are on the entire globe. It's amazing. Everybody has their own little coordinates, the longitude and the latitude. If you got the attitude for the latitude, they can find you on your Raycons. Have you heard about this, Brian? They gave up trying to implant chips in you through the vaccine because it was too expensive, and people wondered what those lumps were in their arm. That's not what they were doing with the vaccine, and you shouldn't be. Well, I know that. I know they don't do that anymore. They never did that. Stop that. People had lumps in their arms because those transmitters are about 1.5 inches across. So when you had something under you, it looked like a big giant Lego. So instead, they've switched these where people voluntarily put them in their ears. And then they will also send subliminal signals to make you buy all of our favorite products. Raycon. They will play your favorite music and podcast, Raycon. Buy them. Well, Jim, speaking of buys, if we were operating under the traditional pay-per-view model, I don't know how many people would have bought Hell in a Cell as a pay-per-view event. I guess if it's free on TV or you're paying $5 a month or whatever it may be, you could justify watching it. But other than Cody and Rollins, there wasn't too much to watch. Well, one other thing that I did, Bianca defeated Becky and Oscar, and it was 35 minutes into the show before that was over with. That was the first match. Flair and Steamboat didn't get that long in Chicago. But then I was morbidly curious about the handicap match, Lashley against Almost and MVP, because I don't know why, especially if they're short on baby faces, and Lashley has been used at the top level, a main event guy. He's been the champion. He's been believable against Brock Lesnar, against Roman Reigns, and suddenly they think this is going to enhance his status as a babyface because he's fighting a guy that is so immobile and not ready that he can't get heat. It's fake boo heat, manufactured heat. It's embarrassing because Almost is immobile. And when Lashley tries stuff with him, either if he's being manhandled by a big piano case, it makes Lashley look weak because he's a powerhouse. So this is negating Lashley's primary tool, which is that physique, and that he's bigger than most people and he's stronger than most people. But Lashley's offense also looks rotten because Almost can't sell it. And then, yes, they're having a handicap match. So as the big man gets Lashley down, then MVP can get on him and get the heat. But now the problem is that, again, Lashley's having to sell shit that looks questionable in a lot of cases. It probably hurts, but it looks bad at the same time, as the old timers used to say. And then sell for MVP to get in this. So now the manager's beating him up too. And at one point, when almost was stopping him after Bobby would make a comeback-like effort, sort of like medical facility and box-like structure, a comeback-like effort, and almost would stop him, and it looked like a guy trying to wrestle in a sumo suit. And then MVP came in and gave him the big boot in the corner, and Lashley took a bump over the top rope. I know MVP is an ex-wrestler, but at this point in this presentation, should the manager that's been walking around with a cane be able to run across the ring and give Lashley one boot and knock him over the top rope? I don't remember doing that to Ricky Morton. So all I could think of during this whole thing is, what is this doing for Lashley? There was money in MVP and Lashley together as heels. There's money in Lashley as a babyface if they do it right. There is no money in Almost because they've exposed him. If maybe at some time he would have been ready to do something, or maybe if he wasn't going to get any better, they could have done something besides what they've done. But when they've showed people that he can't do anything, it's not as easy as it used to be 40 years ago. Even I recognize that with smashing a giant over. He's got to be able to fucking touch his own nose or something, right? So now they've negated Lashley's attraction to the fans, Almost has none. MVP is trying to make something out of this. And they broke up the best combination out of these people that they had to headline their cards. So, and at one point, Cedric Alexander, who's trying to get back in with one of them, one or the other side, he don't care. He just jumped in the ring and almost caught him and flung him over the top rope in front of the referee. Is it no DQ? People are just jumping in. You know, it was laid out to where it was better than it should have been, which is like saying you had a painful surgery, but at least you didn't get the post-operative infection. So but I mean, the other match, Owens and Ezekiel, that was a match on the pay-per-view. And also, I would have watched Austin Theory defend the U.S. title, but it was against Mustafa Ali, who he just beat in 2 minutes on TV and gets beat up every week on TV, and nobody gives a shit to begin with. Mustafa Ali has the personality of cabbage. Although I will say Theory is the most natural worker of all the young guys. Even Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker has the edge in his look and that weird Steiner charisma. He's going to be a main event star, but Austin Theory will be the in-ring worker of the next generation. Your thoughts. Go ahead.
Would it be completely crazy to turn Austin Theory babyface?
Yes, it would.
Right now.
Right now. No, he's nowhere near ready for that spot. But, and he's going to get over easier as a heel because it seems like that's his personality. And he's got the facials and he's got the cocky, taunting body language. Later on down the road, if he gets to a certain point where, you know, he's arrived as a heel and gets involved in a mix with another top guy, then I could see you could make him a babyface because a guy that can work like that can do whatever. But this is, again, don't be switching people back and forth willy-nilly. That's another thing we didn't even mention with Edge. He was just a babyface 2 months ago. Well, we mentioned it when we were talking about WrestleMania. Then he puts together a heel stable, and then within 8 weeks, the heel stable turns on him. He's a babyface again. There will get to be a point where people will just say, you know, fuck it. It always, when you switch somebody back and forth to make up your fucking mind. If you haven't got your mind made up, then we're not going to fucking invest our time and our interest in what you're doing because we don't know whether to, as Pat Malone used to say, fight you, fuck you, or run you a foot race. And then also on the pay-per-view, Mosh Pit was in a no-holds-barred match with Happy Corbin. That was worth the $5 right there.
Boy, he's ripped. Mosh pit.
Oh, I thought you meant Happy.
No, he's ripped in a different way. He's ripped in the classic Dean Martin roast kind of way.
And I've said I'll watch Mosh Pit now that he's dressing as a normal human being and potentially, hopefully, acts like a normal human being, and he looks like a great physical specimen. As long as Happy is not on the other side of the fence, I'll be happy to, no pun intended, to give Mosh Pit another chance. But did you see the results of the NXT program, the big show that NXT did on Saturday that almost nobody talked about or gave two shits about? Remember when everybody was talking about the NXT shows and how great the main events were and they were all interested? Remember when the NXT television program against AEW was doing more viewers than it is now unopposed? Remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Wait, what'd you think about the big show on Saturday from NXT, Brian?
I heard nothing about it, and I was actually going to ask you before, other than Braun Breaker, is there anyone on NXT that's ready to be brought up and they could try something, a Hail Mary right now to see what's happening, but I don't know anything about what was on the show.
I think Mary would throw it back at him. I just want to read you the results. I didn't watch any of the matches, and you'll know why when I read you the results. Whatever they've done with NXT ain't working. And they ain't getting a younger audience. They ain't getting any audience. And this was the big show that nobody talked about. The opening match was a 6-man tag where the losing team had to join the winning team's faction. Because they got the Hispanic gang fighting with the Italian gang. You remember, well, you're from the Northeast. You remember when the Hispanics and the Italians had an all-out street war, right?
Yeah, it was called West Side Story. It was a major, major hit on Broadway and, of course, in cinema.
Yes, right about the time Vince was 20 years old. So Tony D'Angelo and Channing Lorenzo and Troy Donovan defeated Legado di Fantasma. Those folks. Troy Donovan, I thought he actually, wasn't he the male lead in the Gidget movies with Sally Field, or was it Tuesday Weld?
That's Troy Donahue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Tuesday Weld, a nice pull there. Very popular for a time.
Nice pull. It was more like a little wank, but nevertheless. So then.
Wait, so the Legado del Fantasma guys had to join the phony mafia guys?
Apparently, that was the stipulation. So now the Mexican cartel is in the Italian mafia.
Interesting.
Over at NXT. That's
over at NXT.
Yeah. Interesting is one word that was not applied to this program. Also, for the Women's Tag Team Championship, Toxic Attraction defeated Caden Carter and Katana Chance. They didn't have a chance. The North American title changed hands, from what I understand. Carmelo Hayes defeated Cameron Grimes. So you get Carmelo versus Cameron. I'm surprised Vince didn't make one of them wear a pink T-shirt, tell them apart.
They got to get that guy out of there. Either get his release or something. But Cameron Grimes is being wasted completely.
You know what? He'd work at AEW.
He would be really good in AEW, I bet. He'd probably do a lot of stupid shit that would annoy us. Because we'd have no agents or producers that will stop him. But he would probably be really entertaining and have some good stuff, too.
For the Women's Championship, they only had 5 title matches on this show, Brian, because NXT is only the developmental brand, so they don't really have a lot of titles, just 5 of them. Women's title, Mandy Rose defeated Wendy Chu. She's the one that takes naps. She wrestles in pajamas and goes to sleep in the middle of the ring in the match. For the NXT Tag Team title, the Creed brothers defeated Pretty Deadly. And finally, for the NXT Championship, Braun Breaker defeated Joe Gacy. The stipulation was that if Breaker was disqualified, he would win or he would lose the NXT title. And so he beat Gacy 1, 2, 3 and was not disqualified. And if anybody can tell me what the fuck Joe Gacy even is. What is his point? What is he saying? What does he mean? He's a pudgy indie guy, and I don't see how that making him competitive with Braun Breaker is going to do anything for their bottom line of their company, since Braun Breaker will be their champion in 3 years. But that was the big show from NXT. I don't think they call them TakeOver anymore. They're calling them In Your House now, as a matter of fact, which is, what's that old saying about garbage and house guests? They both stink when they get old.
Well, sounds like we are missing nothing with NXT.
That's what I thought.
I guess on that note, we'll get some questions and we'll talk about some wrestling topics here, and this chair will squeak, and I'm so sorry about that.
Now, that's your new chair.
Well, new-ish.
Your new chair is not new-ish. You didn't have that chair very much longer than Edge had his followers.
Well, I'm following the trends. Edge is a very trendy guy, and I like to be very trendy too, so I'm going to...
What are you doing with these chairs?
I sit in them. I may, jump into them and stuff, but I sit in them. You walk into the room, you jump into your chair.
Do you double that thing? Is it an ejector seat for James Bond's car?
I wish. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. But I always wanted one of those when I was a kid. Anyway.
Were you into Dick Tracy? The idea of the gadgets, of having the watch that you could talk in? I mean, now it's funny thinking that was like, oh my God, I can't wait till one day they have that. Now they have that. I don't want it.
Yeah. No, I was not big on Dick Tracy because at that point in time, the comic books had ceased being published, and you just had to read Dick Tracy in the daily comics, and it moved very slow for me. I came along too late to be a Dick Tracy aficionado. He was bigger in the 30s and 40s.
All right, well, let's move away from Dick Tracy. Let's talk about some other dicks. Jim, I want to ask you some questions, and I demand answers. I want to ask you some questions about a few things happening in wrestling surrounding you.
Okay.
I apologize if any of these are sensitive.
Who's surrounding me? I don't see a soul.
Well, that neighbor with the driveway. I think he's trying to surround you.
Well, he is building it close to my property line. All right, go ahead.
Jim, if you remember, as we were closing up the experience this week, we got some breaking news that many people were sending us on Twitter and via email as the show was transpiring, that Dave Meltzer had been tweeting about you, and we discussed that on the show.
Oh, and this also apparently is why I trended again, against my knowledge or without my consent.
Yeah, as we said before, there appears to be some hitch where if anyone says anything positive about you, it becomes something where he has to not just disagree, but completely shut it down. And the one
which then his procedure to shut it down then creates more debate and talk and back and forth, and that's how I trend when I'm minding my own business.
You were outside playing in the dirt, and all this was happening in the dirt on Twitter.
I wasn't playing in the dirt, I was playing in the trees.
Well, you were playing in the trees. This is the one that several people have been sending to us over the last couple of days. I mean, they're still sending it to us as of today. Someone tweeted in response to Dave, I don't have the initial tweet that triggered it, someone named Victor Todorov. You would almost think that had to be a Russian bot, but...
I was about to say, wait a minute. I've heard of these Russian bots, but I didn't know they gave them names.
Well, here was...
I thought is he the tag team partner of Vladimir Gachiroxov?
Well, here's here's the tweet. Jim is wrong about some aspects of today's wrestling, but he's right about a lot of other things, in my opinion. If he, and for example, Tony Khan, could combine their best thoughts, AEW would benefit greatly. I think that's kind of a fair assessment there. Nothing that's over the top.
The only questionable aspect would be whether or not that I would have a nervous breakdown being in the room with Tony Khan, but that's as a statement, not inflammatory and fairly reasonable and well thought out.
Right. I think even your detractors would say if you could just take the very best of Jim Cornette, those great creative ideas, and combine them with the very best of Tony Khan, whatever you want to say negative about him.
Yeah, and if you could find Tony's very best and combine those, it would be great.
Well, Dave responded to that tweet. again, suggesting that maybe you and Tony Khan, if you sat together, good ideas may come out of it. Actually, he's the single last person to listen to. He doesn't know the audience, nor the modern product. Maybe you could say that about John Muse, but Cornette is the last guy who could help Tony.
Wait, what? John Muse is a longtime wrestling fan from Michigan. And as I recall, John was a major tape collector, was he not?
I believe so.
Back in the days when we had to watch our wrestling on videotape. I'm not aware that John has ever worked in the wrestling industry professionally, behind the camera or on camera or any of that nature. And is John still alive? I haven't heard his name in 20 years. How did John Muse come up out of nowhere?
Well, I believe he came up out of nowhere because Mike Tenay probably bowed out of the offering of who should be the consultant that he recommended instead of Cornette this week. No, I think, didn't John Muse actually consult with Bischoff when Bischoff was going to buy and relaunch WCW? John Muse was going to, am I thinking of the right guy? I think it was John Muse. He was going to come in there and help run the cruiserweights and everything else.
Okay, help run the cruiserweight. Okay, I'm not knocking John. I haven't seen John or talked to John in 20 years, as I said, but I don't know where this came from.
But the idea
he was, but that didn't happen, did it?
But you're the single last guy. The single last guy that Tony Khan should listen to.
Nobody worse. Nobody has any stupider ideas. I don't know what to say to Uncle Dave, because at this point I'm speechless. For once, somebody has rendered me speechless. Does he wake up in the middle of the night screaming, "Don't listen to him"? He is, what do the kids say, triggered? Every time somebody, if Cornette and so-and-so could get along, no, it'd be horrible. Well, if Cornette could, no, that would be terrible. And
it's so over the top when you really think about it. It's every time.
I have seen people fucking, ran down a member of somebody's family in the street with a car, and they apologized and got, back together. I don't know what his fucking deal is. Just because, again, have we ever said anything bad about Dave as a person until he started all this? We defended him. Have we ever maligned him or slandered him? Or do we even come up just at random and say, that Dave Meltzer, we haven't heard from him in a while, but boy, he's still a prick? No, but it's incessant. Just because I don't like Twinkle Toes and the fucking Hardley Boys. That's the only disagreement, bone of contention, breaking point that we have ever had with old Uncle Dave, is that we don't fucking like the silly play wrestlers. And now it has made him go out of his mind. And again, I've seen people not care that much about family members, beloved pets, cherished personal possessions. What the fuck has Olivier and those two little smarmy pricks from Cucamonga done to or for Dave Meltzer to engender this kind of loyalty and dying on that hill every single time? Whether it's me or anybody else on Twitter that just says, you know what, we don't like these fucking guys because they act like goofs. Fuck, oh my God. You can't say that. How can you say that? They sold out Yokohama or whatever. What do you think, Brian?
You think if someone said, like, hey, AEW should hire Vince Russo, it'd be like, no, that's not the person. He's the second to worst person. Cornette's the worst.
Well, that's what it would be. Because I'm the worst. So he can't be the worst because I'm the worst. So yes, Uncle Dave thinks it would be better to hire Vince Russo for AEW instead of me.
Well, here's the other thing. If you are so out of touch with the modern product, how come the things that you critique the least, the things that you enjoy the most, the things that you champion the most, the Punk segments, the MJF segments, those are the highest rated segments they have. Those are the feuds and guys who have drawn the pay-per-views.
It's a complete accident, complete coincidence, Brian. Nothing more than that. And it's just a complete coincidence that all these things I say show up on their television program, either in something that the talent utters or some sign that the fans bring or some change that is made in the program. It's just all coincidence.
Do you think, I want to carefully craft this sentence, this question, I should say. Do you think Dave knows how much stuff is being influenced by you and he's lashing out about that? Or do you think he's oblivious to what's really happening? And again, I'm not going to say too much.
That's a good question because you can't really tell because he speaks like a person that's oblivious to things most of the time. But I think it actually, at this point, it's bothering him that 3 years ago, I was one of the only people saying these things. Now, 3 years later, there's a lot of people saying these things because they just know it took them a while longer to notice. But that may be what it is. Maybe that's what it is. He was so sure that, oh my God, this is going to revolutionize everything. And for the kind of people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like. They have done tremendous business with the same fans they had 3 years ago. The same numbers on television, the same numbers in the building. They're very good. But it's the same people because it's the same people. Because that's the amount of people in this country that we're going to like modern wrestling. And occasionally you get some peaks from real stars and main event angles that click like an MJF and a Punk or whatever the fuck. But more people have noticed, well, the fucking guy with his hands in his pockets was a one-note joke that never went anywhere, and now he went somewhere. Because they couldn't fucking keep doing that forever. Now they got a guy that puts curses on people. And they won't flesh that out, and that won't be funny in a year and a half. Or the fucking little dwarf that was with, his tag team champions until he figured out, I'm sure they probably got a bunch of complaints from people who had to work with the dwarf. It wasn't like people weren't going to figure this out. They started out with indie-rific guys that had never done this, had no experience, and couldn't do it. But they started picking up talent, and they got some momentum off those people to at least where now, usually on average, half the television program is great, and then the other half falls in a fucking hole. But that's better than where they started, where there was no part of the show that was great. But back to Dave, that's the problem is he can't accept that everybody didn't suddenly see all this greatness that he saw somewhere in these 7-star matches with his fucking idiot Harpo and the rest of his masturbatory
theater
minion crew.
Masturbatory theater.
Masturbatory theater, yeah. The Cutlets and the Knock-It-Offs and all of the fucking idiots Dave now I guess he's pissed. No, you can't see the same things he saw because he was wrong.
Let me ask you this. If John Muse decides that he's busy, Dave previously recommended Mike Tenay. Now it's John Muse. Who do you think is next? Do you think it'll be Klon or Zombie Harry White?
Ooh, that's interesting. Well, Mike Tenay actually would have been a large improvement, but he wants to fucking be involved with the wrestling business about like I want to go up on the next space shuttle. I think Dave needs to keep his suggestions on booking to himself because I don't think that's his strong point. Either booking or suggesting other people to book.
Well, Jim,
And how old would John Muse be these days?
I don't know.
He'd have to be as old as me.
In that range, I would think, of course.
So you think some 60-year-old guy from Michigan wants to come down and fuck around with these dipshits? I bet John Muse won't speak to Dave Meltzer anymore for suggesting that.
Well, I don't know about that. But, Jim, let me ask you about another sensitive question involving you. And I apologize.
Sensitive?
Well, I apologize if this is something you don't want to talk about. I'm going to risk it and ask you here because a lot of people have been sending this in.
Okay.
Apparently, there's a guy on eBay selling photos that he claims he took. And I'm not saying he didn't, but I don't know who this is. It's you kissing another man's rear end, apparently, or about to. And it's 80s pro wrestling photos, Jim Cornette kiss, 8x10, buy any 4, get the 5th free.
There you go.
What's the story behind this photo?
What's the gig here, Slick? Oh, that photo was taken, and I've talked about him on the program here a few months ago. He has agreed to lend his photography to a project that we're going to be talking about in the coming months that will be available at jimcornette.com. But nevertheless, Lynn McAllister, who was the photographer in Atlanta for not only Pro Wrestling Illustrated and a lot of Bill Apter's magazines, and also took shots for the programs and things that Crockett put together. And by the way, it is, if you go to eBay, search 80s pro wrestling photos, and they are legitimately ones he took. He's got the original negatives and everything. But one of them, and I've had this picture actually on my office wall since 1986. Yes, late 1986. And some people have seen it, but now everybody's going to go to Lynn's site on eBay to see this picture. But there is a naked man's ass right in front of me, and I have my head turned slightly, and I am puckering my lips and have like one of those whoop, 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 whoop looks on my face. Do you know whose ass that is, Brian?
I hate to say this, but I was trying to guess based on you being there. Was it Stan Lane?
Nope.
Was it Bobby Eaton?
No, come on now. The hair, the dark hair.
David Crockett.
No.
Johnny Weaver. Was it Johnny Weaver?
No, he was going a little gray at that point. No, Weaver, actually, he had a lot of hair on his chest, but not many on his ass. But the coarse black hair may have given you some hint. That is the ass of Ravishing Rick Rude.
Ha!
Because what Lynn would do is when he would come and take pictures, he would set like his colored backdrop up, and he would set his lighting trees and everything up at the TBS studios back in one of the, I've said we dressed the wrestlers' dressing area at TBS at the Techwood studios. Techwood Drive was like the back storage area. You came in the back door and there was kind of storage shelves and a bunch of junk sitting around, old anvil cases and various TV station things. And then you'd walk in and there was another kind of a storage area. And then you went into the offices and to a break room and everything. Well, he'd set up in one of those bigger storage areas where the guys are all getting dressed within the general periphery of where he's shooting all these pictures for the cover of Pro Wrestling Illustrated. So one day he's doing some studio stuff with me, and I'm sitting in a chair and he's doing close-ups for remember when they'd have one of the interviews in Bill's magazines and you'd have a close-up of the guy in 4 or 5 different facial expressions, like he's talking, he's happy, he's sad, he's making a point, whatever, and they'd put those down the interview. So Lynn's in real close to my face, and he's getting these close-ups while I'm sitting in a chair, and Rude's over there putting his shit on, and all of a sudden, while I'm looking at Lynn getting ready for the next shot, Rude pulls his pants down and comes up beside me and sticks his ass in my face. And right as I turn around, I see the ass, and I go, woo, and he takes the picture. And he gave me one, it actually gave me one framed, which I've had on my office wall for years and years and years. But now they're available on eBay from the original source. Jim Cornette almost in the process of kissing Rick Rude's ass. Well, see, you asked for the fucking story. And
I asked for the story.
You don't react.
Unfortunately, you decided to talk a little bit more than I think people were going to be comfortable with about the hair around his ass and trying to identify if it's Johnny Weaver. I don't know why you wanted to talk about Johnny Weaver's hair.
No, you mentioned Johnny Weaver.
That's not the way I remember it.
You mentioned Stan Lane, and everybody knows Stan is a natural blonde, so the hair on his ass is not black anyway. And Bobby Bobby was the closest thing to a Mexican hairless in the wrestling business. He didn't have to shave anything.
But again, you went down the road of Johnny Weaver, and I would have to think that whether it's Rick Rude or Johnny Weaver or whoever's out there shaking their stuff and trying to win over the hearts and minds of women everywhere, they would say, this transition is terrible. I need to take a razor and do something with it.
I know what I'd like to take a razor and do something with you. It would involve possibly several major arteries of your body. Folks, if you have a picture on your wall of a member of your family or a close social circle kissing a naked, hairy man's ass, you need to get that hair off that ass. That's what you need to do, because there's some transition in there somewhere, but we've lost it to time now. However...
Is that where they got the idea for the Kiss My Ass Club?
You know, it could have been. It could have been that Vince saw that picture and said, this is something to think about.
What's this on the wall, pal?
But you know, there's other things to think about these days, like Father's Day. It's just right around the corner, and I want to make sure that all the father figures out there are looking like true daddy material this coming Father's Day, because you know that where you got fathers, you got mothers. And mothers do not want to muck around in any old man hair, whether it be from your head to your toe or any of the crucial places in between. And that it means to have a happy Father's Day, you got to have happy mothers. And there's going to be a lot of happy mothers out there if you get your father or brother or male member of your immediate circle the Manscaped Performance Package 4.0. You can join the over 4 million men worldwide who have trusted Manscaped with this exclusive offer of this performance pack. 4 million men are walking around with balls slicker than cum on a gold tooth, folks. And right now, the Performance Package 4.0, here just in time for Father's Day, you know what they got: the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, the Crop Preserver ball deodorant, the Crop Reviver toner, the Performance Boxer briefs, and a travel bag that holds all of his goodies. I got to be honest with you, if your father or male member of your circle doesn't already have a bag holding his goodies, he's got bigger problems than anything you can mail order him. But nevertheless, if you want to get him a secondary bag to hold some of those goodies, well, this would be the one. And the official MVP of Father's Day, folks, the Lawnmower 4.0, the fourth generation trimmer with the cutting edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents. It's even got a 400K LED spotlight for the more precise trimming. You know, you got to get these things backlit, Brian. Backlighting is the key, and then boom, down it. Did you watch the monolith monsters on Svengoolie last week? It's sort of like those monolithic rocks falling timber. You just backlight them. They look like oak trees, and then down they go. But wait, there's more.
We're talking about Manscaped here.
Yes, we are. Yeah, all those oak trees that you're growing down there in the nether regions. You got to shave those things off. And the new Boxers 2.0. They've even 2.0'd the underwear, folks. And with summer just around the corner, the Boxers 2.0 will save you from uncomfortable heat. They are packed with revolutionary... You know, last time I had my undershorts packed, it was not comfortable. But this is going to be a different story, because they're packed with revolutionary features, including the Jewel Pouch, trademark, designed to cradle your boys in your own special sauce. I mean, space. That's what it... Designed to cradle your boys in their own special space. I thought it was special sauce. No, the Manscaped products get rid of your special sauce and turn it into a special space.
What? What are you saying?
Well, it says the Jewel Pouch is designed to cradle your boys in their own special space, but I thought it said special sauce.
And now you think the special sauce will turn into a special one?
Yes, you gotta eliminate the special sauce. That's what the Manscaped is for. And whether you're mowing the lawn, taking out the trash, or golfing in the sun, that sounds like a lot of work. They are moisture wicking boxers that breathe without breaking a sweat. So apparently when you wear these things, you'll breathe through your crotch. But anyway, folks, again, if you're a father, buy this for yourself. If you're a son, buy it for yourself and your father. If you're a woman, stay away from these men or buy these things for your men so that you can groom them. And if you're a dog daddy, you know, that's the thing. Stacy's been cutting my hair for 2.5 years with Harley's poopy butt trimmers. I'm really good everywhere but the top of the head. They ought to start. Maybe the Lawnmower 4.0 will work on haircuts for me, except I don't want to go too short. Nevertheless, right now, folks, whatever hair you want to get off of, whatever crack on your body, you just go to manscaped.com and use the code DRIVE, and you will get 20% off and free shipping. 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com with the code DRIVE. And just whack all the weeds down, make everything smell better, and make sure that your man for Father's Day is swimming in his own special sauce or space. Manscaped.
Special space, let's clarify that. Manscaped makes no comments about your special sauce, but Jim,
Well, do we have space for the sauce, or do we have sauce for our space?
We'll find out if this show itself, the Drive-Thru,
How much room you got?
How much room do I have? I'm good.
How much room? How big a boy are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. But listen, Jim, I want to make a bit of a revelation here on the show.
Uh-huh.
I want to talk about something, a vicious rumor that's been spread about me that people have been saying. And I want to address it here once and for all.
Okay.
You know, for the last few years here on the show, there has been a growing online chatter where people believe that I am Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi. That these letters that are being sent in are not actually from a Charlie, that they're being written by me, so I get you to say these questions.
That's true. I have heard that accusation being bandied about.
This has been said for a while, and in the name of honesty, trying to do the right thing, I want to say here once and for all that no, I'm not Charlie from fucking Starkville, Mississippi. But I do know who is, and that's real quick what I'm going to say here before we get to his question. Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi, for the first time ever, we're going to reveal his name, Charlie Domino. And he, along with Justin Adcock, have put out the new graphic novel, Into the Pines. Check it out on Amazon or wherever you find your, no, just go to Amazon. Let's be real simple about this. Go to Amazon, but The Real Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi. Check this out, Into the Pines by Charlie Domino and Justin Adcock. Any comments on our Charlie now being a publisher or being a published author?
Well, no, just the comment that you've just outed him, that you've just given his real name and told people how to find him, because his brother told me, have you ever met his brother? Boy, wait till his
I don't
brother
believe
gets
the
off of
brother's
work.
real. There's no real brother.
But his brother just told me that Charlie didn't want anybody to know where he was or how to get a hold of him, because he was scared of all the people that are mad at him because he monopolizes the questions on the program. So now you've just outed it. He's going to have 24/7 Secret Service security presence as a result of what you've done now. I hope you're happy with yourself.
I'll be happy as long as I stop
And that is his brother, because he tells me a lot of inside shit about Charlie.
Like what?
I can't say. I'm not a blabbermouth like you.
Well,
You realize what would if the stuff I knew about Charlie got out in public, fucking federal officials would be involved.
I think they're a little busy in Mississippi with the DiBiase's, but let's get a question here from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi. Hi, Jim. Former WWE wrestler Simon Gotch recently said Bray Wyatt told him to never talk to Vince McMahon when he was with the company. Gotch said, and here's a quote, "I got told early on by Bray Wyatt, don't ever talk to Vince. Vince will not like you personally." Oh, excuse me, we changed that. Vince will not like your personality.
Yeah,
and it would not behoove you to speak to him directly. What are your thoughts on Wyatt's advice to Gotch? Have you ever heard a wrestler get that kind of advice?
Yes, and actually I read this article. I think it was excerpted on Inside the Ropes, itrwrestling.com. Kenny McIntosh, our friend's involved with that over there. But I've read this statement. And yes, I can see it, because I met Simon Gotch at the MLW events I did a few years ago. And he's a nice guy. He's a good worker and was very pleasant, but he will come up to you and start talking to you like he's known you for all of his life. And he fits Vince's famous statement to a T. Remember, I've said many times that Vince McMahon will, if you start giving him a long-winded answer on anything, he'll say, when I ask you what time it is, don't tell me how to build the watch. Simon Gotch is a watch build teller. Simon Gotch goes into detail. Simon Gotch is talkative. Simon Gotch was vaccinated with a phonograph needle. And I believe that I can see that that's what Bray was, because he's just happy to talk about anything. And he's happy to talk to whoever he's talking to. And he's impassioned about it, and he's animated, and he would get on Vince's nerves real bad is what it would do. So I can see that, yes.
What wrestlers do you recall from your time in WWE that were absolutely guys that Vince would not want to talk to, and guys that it would behoove them to stay away from Vince?
Oh, God.
Other than Louis Spicolli.
Well, Leon didn't do himself a lot of favors because Vader, because he would also want to go to Vince about any decision that needed to be adjudicated that he didn't get a proper answer for. One time when he was rehabbing his shoulder, he wanted the ring crew to store and carry his dumbbells that he used to work out before the tapings. In every ring truck that went to every TV taping had a set of his dumbbells in it. And they either need to be the same dumbbells and switched from one truck to another or get multiple dumbbells, but he wanted some dumbbells. And nobody was giving him the answer that he wanted to hear, which was, yes, we'll do this. So he came in knocking on Vince. I'm in there, Bruce, JR, I can't remember, somebody else is in there. We're talking about something. It's a Raw taping. Knock, knock, knock on Vince's door, and the door opens, and there's Leon pops his head in, and Vince looks up, and Leon starts going into the fucking sales pitch about why he needs his dumbbells on the ring truck. And Vince is just like, tell him I said take your dumbbells, pal. And then he closed the door, and Vince would roll his eyes and go back to, the pencil behind his fucking ear or whatever, and here we go. Vince never minded talking to the boys, but he had a lot more time, obviously, for the main event guys. And sometimes it just depended. Either the underneath guys would either get over with him by the strange manner in which they tried to attract his attention and get an audience with him, or they would shit the bed the first time and he'd never forget about it. But at that time, again, I don't mean to be anti everything modern, but most of the guys from 25 years ago that had already been in the business long enough and at a high level enough, or worked for enough different people, legitimate territories, or, long running promotions, that they kind of knew what to and what not to say to Vince. But now the guys, I don't know. I mean, the ones that do talk, a lot of them don't talk at all. But the ones that do talk, they've never worked a territory. They've never worked for long-running promoters. They've worked indies, or they've been in the training program. And they're all nervous wrecks, you hear them say, trying to talk to Vince. The guys in the 80s and 90s, they weren't nervous to talk to Vince. They were frustrated because it got increasingly harder, and you'd get, lines outside Vince's office door where people would be waiting for hours to talk to Vince. But once you got to talk to him, guys weren't nervous to talk to him. They want to pitch their shit, and they'd been around long enough to know how to pitch it or be comfortable with what they were doing. But now everybody's scared to talk to Vince because it's like he's the wizard. Well, Jericho's got that trademarked. The magician in the cave on the mountain, the wizened old man that you have to, jump through hoops to get an audience with, and then they don't know how to talk to him. And let's face it, from what we've seen on TV, does Vince know how to talk back anymore? Is it just, let me tell you something, Bobby? My name's not Bobby, Grandpa. That's what I said, Bobby.
He says, talk to the chief, and he points to Bruce.
Yeah, talk to Strongbow. Get it taken care of. Where's Strongbow? But I mean, I don't know. It's two different, it's a different generation of young wrestlers these days it's not that they don't know how to talk wrestling. They go in and talk show business and scripts and creative, and I have an idea for a storyline. And, presentation like that would have got you laughed out of the fucking office and kicked out of the locker room 25 years ago, but now it's what everybody does. But it seems to me, just from accounts that I've heard, that people are more nervous to talk to Vince today than ever. And it's probably because there's such a wide chasm between what Vince was used to, the way he was used to being talked to, the way he was used to dealing with people when everything was really rocking, and now he's almost 80 and the guys have never been in the wrestling business and nobody knows how to talk to each other.
All right, well, let's get...
What was the question?
The question was about Bray Wyatt telling Gotch, or Simon Gotch, not to talk to Vince.
That was sage advice. And what happened? Did you get the bottom line of the article there?
No, that was the entirety of the question from Charlie.
No. But in the article that I saw where Simon told that story, he said, well, what happened was I decided to throw caution to the winds, and a week or two later, I did get to talk to Vince about what I was doing, and he got fired the following week.
No way.
That's exactly. That's where I thought you were going with that.
I didn't even know that part of it. No.
Yes. He finally got that audience with Vince that he'd been waiting for and hoping for, and he got fired the following week. So never let it be said Bray Wyatt doesn't give other people good advice.
Jim, this next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Reynold Van Overbeek Jr., if that is indeed his real name. Hello, Jim and Brian. Hope you are both doing well. Knowing WWE is scripted end to end, my question for you both is, if MJF were to go to WWE, would we as fans lose the creativity of his promos and what makes him unique in today's wrestling? Or do you think those aspects would shine through, even with their shitty scripted material? So we haven't really talked about this with everything going on with MJF. What if Tony does fire him? What if he is released? What would WWE do with him?
Well, I think we've seen from Vince and everybody else agreeing to bring Cody in and giving him everything he wanted, asked for, doing all the right things. They know they need talent. And they know that they are going to continue to need talent because it's not like this is a short-term situation. Now, if MJF went to the WWE, you're not going to hear shit or goddamn. You're not going to have the shoot deals where he gets to say fuck and they bleep it, or whatever that was the other night, whether they knew fuck was coming or not. They've got the 7-second delay after Moxley fooled them when Jericho tried to trademark GFY and Moxley just came out and go fuck yourself. I'm pretty sure that that whoever's in charge of that for the network has their finger on the button better. And also they knew that was going to be a touchy segment to begin with, but you're not going to hear the language, right, in the WWE. You're just not. There's no upside for them doing that besides pissing off their sponsors and potentially their broadcast partners. You are, I would think, still going to get what makes MJF special, because let's face it, the whole reason they would be hiring him is because of his incendiary ability to talk. He's a good worker in the ring, a good wrestler, and wrestler and worker are two different things. He's good at both, but he's not goddamn, Satoru Sayama, revolutionary new style, whatever. It's his personality. Like he said, I'm not like these other goofballs that go out and have to drop people on their head. I make you feel. And so not only are they not going to I would think with him, because that's specifically his strong point, is his speaking ability, they're not going to try to make him do everything word for word like they do most people. Because if you notice, the guys that can talk in the WWE, that's not Edge. That's a story that was probably written for him, but it wasn't written word for word like that. Cena, the guys that can really talk, Brock, I'm sure, has a game plan, but deviates from it because he forgets half what he's going to say when he goes out there. Heyman's perfect example. Can you imagine Heyman together with MJF? Can you imagine if Heyman gave MJF the Brock Lesnar mentorship treatment?
In what cases do you think a manager works for MJF, and in what cases is it completely counterproductive to who he is?
You know what? Here's the thing. MJF, the last thing he needs is a manager to speak for him. But remember when they had the manager showdown, or the managers vying to wrestle or to manage Savage, or whenever any hot new prospect comes in, more managers are after him. If Heyman was to announce that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the hottest prospect in the history of the WWE coming in, and I've signed him to an exclusive contract. Paul is almost as old as I am, and by the time MJF gets up there, he's going to be as old as I am now. So does he have to go on the road all the time, or could you not use Heyman as MJF's entree? Here's a guy who's dealt with Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar and every other big star. He doesn't deal with jabronis, Heyman doesn't. So that automatically makes MJF a big deal. Then, like Heenan did for me, when Heenan was an announcer and I came in as a manager, Heenan gives me the big intro. Well, Heyman could give him a big intro, and Heyman could be the manipulator behind the scenes, that if you didn't want to have MJF just appear to do a pre-tape, that could be Heyman talking about him. But I'm talking about Heyman in his ear, in the way to think about, because MJF is smart enough to take the good advice and weed out any of the potentially questionable advice, kabuki-ish advice, but most of it be good. Ways to put matches together, things to say on interviews, just benefit of experience. The Strangler Lewis and Lou Thez dynamic. He wouldn't have to be there interfering for MJF. He wouldn't have to do the promos. If MJF was there, he could do pre-tapes. He could be in a corner. He could be a behind-the-scenes producer type. And bring him in with the goodwill. Well, goodwill may not be an applicable term. With the level of over that Heyman has gathered for himself by only dealing with main event top stars. That's what, it's just something to think about. But I'm not talking about a Heenan and Bockwinkel long-term relationship.
The biggest problem with MJF going to WWE, anytime in the next year, let's say, or 2 years, there aren't enough baby faces. They really need to develop some baby faces. Unless they're going to program him with Cody, and that would probably be great. What else are you going to do with him? Him and Riddle?
Oh, boy. But see, and that's another thing I was going to say, is MJF is smart enough and articulate enough. He's articulate enough for the writers or the creative team to know, if he says, well, I get the point you want me to make, but I believe I can say it more naturally. They're going to, okay. And also the fact that he obviously is a student of the game, and the stuff that he's been featured in, and not like when he was Jericho's flunky and was going along with the group or whatever, but stuff where the spotlight's been all on him, you can tell that he thinks and he knows and he tries to close up gaps in logic. So I think that they would automatically have a little more respect for him and let him, because the nature of the personality they're getting, have a little more leeway in saying things the way he wanted to, or in picking a few things. I'm not saying he'd have as much as in AEW, but, I think he could still be himself and still do what gets him over in that environment, because and that's a thing. I used to say this to guys when I was an agent there, producer, whatever, 25 years ago. I've heard other people say it. If you don't like our shit and you want to change it and it comes out better, then that's great. But if it don't come out as good or worse, then you've just fucked up. So that's why a lot of those guys and girls either don't try to change some of that stuff or don't have the freedom to because they can't talk well enough to pull it off. Or they're not confident they can. They're not sure they can. I'm just saying, if you go out on live television and you're a good enough promo that you make whatever they gave you better on a regular basis, whether you're saying what they gave you or something similar what they gave you, or going into business yourself, but they like it because it's good, then they give you more chance to do that. If you ain't setting the world on fire with what they give you, don't try to start fucking changing it, because then it's just going to get heat on yourself.
Jim, our next question sent on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru is from Slovakia99.
Is that the name or the city or the zip code or?
All of the above, I believe. I recently listened to Kurt Angle talking about the reverse ladder match in TNA.
Oh, boy.
What were your thoughts on such a weird match? And I have here a screen capture of the rules from Slammiversary, the tail of the tape.
I was about to say, if you can read those again, because this was more of Shitstain stuff. He decides, since he does everything backwards anyway. Remember, they had a reverse battle royal where everybody started on the floor and the object was to get into the ring. And they have everything that he would come up with was just stealing a match that already existed and doing it backwards from back to front instead of front to back. But go ahead with those rules.
5 men compete for the TNA World Championship. The object, climb the ladder to hang the championship belt. You are only eligible to climb the ladder after you gain a pinfall or submission win. The wrestler who is pinned or submits must spend the next 2 minutes in the penalty box.
Yeah, and he stole the old world-class Dallas wrestling penalty box match, too.
The first man who hangs the belt is named the TNA World Heavyweight Champion. That seems overly complicated for no good reason.
And Dutch Mantel came out and told me one time that's why they kept calling me to come to remember after OVW. It was the summer of 2005. I was burnt out on the wrestling business and not really interested in doing a lot. And Dutch starts calling me, hey, we're doing this thing in TNA down here in Orlando. We're shooting it, and blah, blah, blah. And this was before they got on Spike, I think. They definitely only had a 1-hour show. And then I said, I don't, long story short, I just finished this wrestling thing. I still have a piece of OVW. I'm selling advertising for the television show here. I'm just taking it easy. Don't want to go anywhere. But Dutch kept calling. Finally, the next year, that's when I think they got on Spike, and it was shortly before they got 2 hours. They were still an hour. But Dutch called, and I said, okay, all right. That's when we decided to start doing that. He wanted to make me the authority figure, the wrestling czar, or whatever the case. And I got down there and started off on that. But that's then, obviously, the story's been told. That's when Dixie, I didn't know, I blamed Jeff for a long time, but Dixie wanted Shitstain back. And we're not going into that story now, but one of the byproducts was that Dutch said a couple months later, he said, that's another reason why we needed you in here, especially now, because who the fuck else, and when you think about it, Brian, I'm open to you pitching another name, who the fuck else had the verbal ability to go out in one take in live in front of the crowd and explain to anybody, the fans and the wrestlers, what the rules were of these goddamn cockamamie matches that El Shitstain was booking. I took it as a personal challenge because when we try to lay them out for the boys, they couldn't understand it. And I'm supposed to be telling the fans what the rules are so they'll understand it and buy the pay-per-view. That was my role in terms of when Dutch was on the creative team. He used me as the explainer in chief to explain the fucking stipulations of and reasons for the matches because nobody else could get it out in a coherent fashion. And I took it as a challenge, and there was a few times that I scraped the surface of not getting it out myself, but I don't think anybody else in the business could have done that.
Without going too deep into your well-known issues with Vince Russo, when you were there and you were actually trying as hard as you can to be a good employee and be a good team player and not letting your issues with him get in the way, would at any point anyone, whether it's you or someone else, just try to say, hey, we know you're really into this, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Here's why. Or was it just, he's going to do whatever he wants, no matter what, there's no talking him out of it?
Well, here was the thing. We're having a production meeting in TNA at the Universal Studios, right? At a TNA taping. Who's in the production meeting? The agents, technically, whoever they were at the time, whether it was Savio Vega or Road Dogg, Brian James, or Simon Diamond with Scott D'Amore, whoever the case, they technically worked for the creative team. They were the ones that were supposed to take what the creative team, had envisioned and lay it out to the boys and produce it and et cetera, right? So they can ask questions, or they can say, well, do you think that so-and-so, or would it might be this way to do, or whatever, but they can't really overrule anything. The announcers are, in their own way, very important to the show, but they can't overrule anything. The producer, Keith Mitchell, the director, whether it be Timmy Walbert or Dave Sahadi or whoever it may have been at the time, they have their, area is television production. They can tell the camera people what to do and the audio and sound and all the grips and et cetera, but they can't change the creative. There were two people, basically, besides the people on the creative team in the room, one with the ability or the ability to change the creative or the ability to question it. Jeff Jarrett, because he was the boss, and except for Dixie, he was the minority owner, and I always considered Jeff Jarrett the boss. I would have never gone to work for Dixie Carter, and I never did work for Dixie Carter. I waved at her every once in a while. I was working with Jeff Jarrett. Or me, because even though I technically did not have the fucking power to, I was a producer, an agent, so technically I should be working for the creative team, but also I was the on-air authority figure. So technically I was the fucking spokesperson for the company. And also, if I was going to go out and be involved in something on camera or try to tell guys how to do it when they were on camera, I either wanted to understand it inside and out, or I wanted it to make as much sense as possible. And I was not in any way intimidated by bringing up out loud, and you can ask Mike Tenay about this, anything that Vince Russo did that didn't make any fucking sense. So I would be the one to say, excuse me. And then I would relate what didn't make sense in such a way that everybody would be sitting there going, yeah, that don't make a lick of fucking sense. And Russo hated it because nobody else wanted to get in the goddamn pissing contest with the skunk, but that's what I live for, especially when we're doing a wrestling television program that needs to be as good as it could be. So I was the one that would question everything, regardless whether it was in my department or not, because Jeff Jarrett wanted me to, and so did Dutch Mantell. He didn't just want to come out and say it out loud, but they wanted me to because nobody else would fucking go face to face or nose to nose or whatever with Russo. They would just roll their eyes and fucking accept it because they didn't feel like they had the ability to question it. So that's what I would do. Every goddamn taping, every goddamn production meeting. And then it would be all sorted out by the time that we got out of there so we know what we were doing. Most of the time, my shit was either changed to what I had mentioned, or there was some agreement made to meet in the middle. But Shitstain didn't like when any of his shit was monkeyed with in any way, and that's where his problem came in. And then he would go to Dixie, who was never at the... She was in the production meeting sometimes, which was like me listening to somebody speak in Greek. Most times she wasn't in the production meeting. She was floundering about at the Hard Rock Cafe or whatever. No, that's where she stayed. She stayed at the Hard Rock Hotel, the big resort with all the people that, fetched and carried for her and fucking, the expensive shit, whereas we were over at the DoubleTree, parking in the lot and paying for our own parking. But anyway, everybody would look to me to fix the shit. Either Mike Tenay when he was reading it, and then he would look to me when he would see that I was about to raise my hand for a question. Jeff and Dutch encouraged it, wanted it because it made the program better. All the other agents wanted it because I was clarifying the job that they were supposed to be doing that they were confused about, but they either didn't want to fucking bog everything down in the meeting, or they didn't want to fucking have to engage Shitstain questioning his stuff. And so that's what, and then also I did it for the boys who weren't in the production meeting. But since I was the producer of most of the main events involving the top guys, they were the ones most likely to question what I was telling them and say, what the fuck is this supposed to be? And I would have to have either an answer for them that they could understand, or I would have had to change what was proposed to something that could be laid out that they would go for. Whether it was Booker T Samoa Joe and those guys were easy. Rude and Storm, those guys were easy. But the Booker T's and the Kevin Nashes and the Stings and the Kurt Angles sometimes of the world, they needed more detail and they wanted more input and they wanted more back and forth, and they weren't shy about saying this doesn't make any sense, such as the story I related that one time when he laid out a match that had a finish but it never started. And he's, nobody's going to notice. And then the first thing that all the guys said when I laid it out to him was, wait a minute, the match never started. So we came up with a way to start it.
Wait, hold on. So he had a finish, but the match never started. You threw me off with the way you said that. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah, no, it started out, it was just an interview. People were talking, and then suddenly more people came out, and then it just somehow broke out into a match. But it did, there was no bell to ring the match. They just started fighting, and there was no thought to, well, we got to bring a referee out and we got to ring a bell. But then he put a finish in on the fight, a wrestling match finish to the fight. That's what I'm saying. Little details like that had to be ironed out. And again, and I'm not trying to put myself over as I was so much smarter than everybody in the room. I was just the only one in the room that A, had the pull or the ability, B, didn't give a fuck whether I had heat or not, C, definitely wanted to take every chance that I could to show people publicly that Shitstain didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and D, wanted to make everybody's job easier, so that's why I was the one to speak up about it. And Tenay and we just talked about Don West, and thank everybody again that contributed to Don West's GoFundMe for his brain cancer, but they got a big tickle out of it because it wasn't their, they couldn't say, they knew things. Mike Tenay especially knew this is ridiculous, but it wasn't his place to say anything. But I'd take care of it. I was trying to take care of the other agents too, because they'd wander out of the room going, what the fuck does he want us to do?
Well, Jim, when you look back on that period of time, it's amazing you kept any of the hair on your head.
I'm telling you, that period, the 3 years that I worked for TNA ruined my hearing and lost me a lot of hair. All of the pyro in that little bitty broom closet of a soundstage, I've got the tinnitus, and constantly pulling my hair out of my head, trying to resolve these issues rather than taking a hatchet to old Shitstain, left me with a bald spot. If only I had known about our friends at Keeps in time. Now, folks, I'll tell you this. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35. More than 50 million men in the United States suffer from male pattern baldness. And as we've mentioned before, Hotchkiss and many of the male members of the feather-bottom family suffer from early onset male pubic baldness, which is even worse because you got to do that comb down of your stomach hair. But if you have any types of these hair losses, whether it's male pattern baldness or whether it's the mange, because a lot of people, when they get the mange, they lose their hair, or whether it's just you're pulling it out by the handfuls because you have to work with a buggy whip-armed, obnoxious, bug-eyed idiot, you need to have Keeps on speed dial. Keeps, actually it's a .com, it's not a phone number, but keep them right in your computer because Keeps, KEEPS.com, is the place to go if you don't want the stress of leaving your hair. Convenient, leaving your hair, losing your hair, or leaving your hair. Or if your hair leaves you, because you don't have to leave your home because they've got virtual doctor consultations. Virtual doctor consultations means that you consult with them virtually rather than physically in person. And in some cases, it means that they're not quite a doctor, but they're virtually a doctor. Not really. But no, they got the good guys here. These people have all gone to some level of training that work with Keeps, folks. Sometimes it's correspondence courses. Other times it's word of mouth on the party line. But they've got 24/7 care and support, a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and care specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. I'll tell you what, those hair goals, they're tough. 3-pointers are especially difficult because, especially in a good stiff breeze, that hair will blow off track. Folks, these Keeps treatments start at just $10 a month. They're low cost because Keeps offers generic versions of the only 2 FDA-approved medications that prevent hair loss. And they've got generic versions of both of them, so they're not going to charge you out the ass. Conveniently, this is not, either one of these medications is not the medication that continues to grow hair on your ass. They were all talking about the top of your head here. Typically half the cost of pharmacy prices. And I went in the other day and saw a pharmacist, and he was bald. So what does he know? Remember, folks, Keeps has everything your hair needs, except for scissors. And it's delivered straight to your door with discreet packaging and proven results. Plain brown wrappers, because of all the naughty, candid photography that comes inside. Anyway, when it comes to your hair, folks, save more and spend less if you're ready to take action and prevent your hair loss or the hair loss of a loved one near you. As a matter of fact, sometimes women just buy this shit, wait till they go to sleep, and just take a handful of it and smear it on their fucking head. They'll never even know. And that way you don't have to look at some egg-headed cue ball across from you at the breakfast table every morning. But whether you're using it on your own head or the head of someone you love, go to Keeps.com, KEEPS.com/JCE to get your first month of treatment for free. Keeps.com/JCE, first month of treatment for free. Brian, what would happen if you woke up in the middle of the night and Suzanne had a handful of stuff smearing it all over the top of your head?
If it was Keeps, I would be happy.
Well, there you go.
I guess.
See, it's a great thing for you to do to somebody.
But you shouldn't
Just
do it.
as a matter of fact,
you should not to do it to anyone if they're not aware of it. You should wait for someone to say, hey, I'd really like to utilize Keeps.
well, no, you don't want to do that because then you've insulted people. You've said, look, you really need to do something to save all your hair because you're getting bald. Then you've made them, they feel bad. They're all self-conscious. Just if your neighbor is bald, for example, buy some of this stuff, wait till he goes to sleep, sneak in his house, rub it on his head every night without waking him up. In a couple of months, he's going to notice the difference, and he's going to say, wow, look at my hair. It looks so good. And you're going to say, that's because I've been sneaking in your bedroom window every night, rubbing this glop on the top of your head. You ought to thank me now.
No, you shouldn't, and that's a bad idea. And don't sneak attack anyone with Keeps, because Keeps is a wonderful product that people choose to use on their own, and you could choose to use it right now. You know who should have used it? Randy Savage. Would have changed his whole life.
It would have changed. And Hogan, too.
Well, Savage, I feel like Savage had a tougher time overcompensating for the bald spot. Hogan was just bald. Savage just had a bowl on top.
Well, and then Wahoo.
Well, then Wahoo, he used spray paint.
Spray on hair paint, yeah.
The Clive Davis treatment. That's right.
He would sweat black in hot buildings. But yes, Keeps. Just jump in your neighbor's bedroom window in the middle of the night.
No, don't
Smear
jump in
some
anywhere.
of this. You don't want to insult the guy and come out and tell him he needs hair products. You want to just help him, but don't bring it out in the open and insult him about it. He'll feel self-conscious. Just don't let him catch you. Don't let him catch you climbing in his bedroom window late at night. Unless you're a woman, in which case then he probably wouldn't complain.
What if he thinks that you're having an affair with his wife and he shoots you?
Well, now that would be something to watch out for. You definitely have to keep on your toes about that. But if you're a woman climbing in the window, well, then he wouldn't even care if you're having an affair with his wife because he'd want to watch. Keeps.
Well, Jim, let's keep entertaining the listeners here with some wrestling questions and wrestling information.
Wait a minute. Before we got any questions, I got some breaking news now.
Okay.
I've just looked at, remember I told you about ITRWrestling.com is Inside the Ropes. Our friend Kenny McIntosh over there with that organization. They have got a new story up on their website. You want to know the title?
Okay.
Jake Roberts on MJF's pipe bomb promo, quote, "It made me sick,"
Oh,
unquote.
come on.
I listened to this.
That wasn't what made you sick, Jake. Hate to break it to you. That wasn't it.
That's a certain kind of sick. But anyway, it says Jake Roberts has hit back at MJF following his already infamous pipe bomb promo on AEW Dynamite, claiming there will be locker room repercussions. While MJF has never been known for being particularly understated, his appearance on the most recent episode of Dynamite will undoubtedly go down in history. Whether that's for the right or wrong reasons, only time will tell. After a weekend where he missed a FanFest appearance and his relationship with AEW President Tony Khan seemingly hung by an ever-increasingly stretched thread, MJF decided to fire back, and he cut that promo that everybody's been talking about, demanding, fire me, you fucking Mark, blah, blah, blah. Mike was cut. MJF obviously has been removed from the roster page. His merchandise is pulled down. What's going on? Did Tony know? When did Tony know? What did the president know and when did he know it? All that kind of thing. But now Jake Roberts, would you like to hear Jake Roberts' comment on this?
I'm very curious. I know nothing about this. Let's hear this.
He said it, quote, "made him sick. I would love to see what the locker room is like," he continued. "The bomb that he dropped is going to have repercussions with people." And reflecting on MJF's missed FanFest appearance, Jake the Snake had some harsh words for the star. Quote, "I couldn't believe he no-showed a signing, man," Roberts asserted.
Oh, come on.
It's a big thing with Tony. He loves these signings, and he wants these guys there. And for me, you don't miss stuff like that. This is your fans, your fan base. These people paid to get in there, and you no-showed?
The balls on this man.
In other news, Madonna has criticized diva-like behavior, and Keith Richards has totally gone off on people for doing drugs.
You know, I've been around.
Of any human being in the world, you don't miss stuff like that. Jake Roberts. Go ahead.
I don't know if anyone has no-showed more wrestling events over a lifetime than Jake Roberts. And also, I will say, I've been in the entertainment industry a long time. I've been around a lot of people. I've had a lot of fun in my life. I have never seen anyone as fucked up as Jake Roberts when I was a kid. When I was 13 at LNS Comics, did an autograph signing, showed up, bombed. And that was then. That was him showing up. The no-shows sometimes were better. But I will say this, I just got off the phone with MJF, and he wanted me to say it was all the honky-tonk man, so I think Jake can calm down and maybe understand.
Oh, my God. Again, is hubris a good word? Or as Jackie Fargo said one time, the gall of you. You're right. I don't know. I mean, Buddy Landell was envious of Jake Roberts' no-show reputation. I don't know that there's any pro wrestler that is, over a longer period of time, either no-showed more or not showed up in any condition to show up than Jake Roberts.
You can probably argue, legitimately, and think of all the fuck-ups ever, and some of them are still alive and some of them still take bookings, but, you know, the Iron Sheik had some troublesome years, Buddy Landell, various people. Jake Roberts may have had the most no-shows, the most holding up a promoter or giving the promoter fits. Think of how many different ways he was the worst person to have there, other than his name. He had a great name, and you had to worry about everything else. Getting him there, what he was going to be like there. Remember Jerry Gray's story? The craziest story where he drank his own piss.
Yes.
That was at a show.
Well, remember the pay-per-view where he fondled the snake? Remember that one?
Well, which one? That was the Legends of Wrestling?
That
or
was
the
Heroes of Wrestling, Legends of Wrestling, or whatever. He's got this giant snake, and he takes it out like it's his dick and begins jacking the snake off. Or jaking this. Maybe it's jaking the snake.
There is no one who has ripped off more people in and around wrestling. I think you could actually say that currently than Jake Roberts. I'm talking about women who had their life savings wiped out. There are stories of that, multiple stories of that.
And, you know, I didn't even do this to hop on Jake now with the Crazy Train stories because everybody knows him and I mean, it's Jake. But for Jake to say this, how can Jake Roberts utter the words, and for me, you don't miss stuff like that. This is your fans, your fan base. These people paid to get in there and you no-showed. Anybody else in the world, that would be a pretty fucking valid criticism of MJF, whether he was pissed or not. But Jake Roberts, the all-time leader in no-show, hold up, fuck you. I'm going to be drunk if I'm there, or high if I'm there, or maybe I won't be there, or maybe I won't be there long.
Hey, here's a question for you. Jake said the bomb that he dropped is going to have repercussions with people. So who's going to be the maddest? The head droppers? Like, who's going to be the maddest at the MJF promo that MJF has to worry about in the locker room?
Well, that's a good point or a good question because do you group yourself in? Obviously, the self-trained indie-rific guys that he didn't mention by name, but every single one of them knows who they are. The guys who can't make the fans feel, so they have to drop each other on their heads. They're going to be pissed off. I'm sure MJF probably doesn't really care. Is there going to be an issue with upsetting the salary structure in the locker room? Well, only if MJF gets the raise that he deserves for carrying a lot of this thing on his back for the last however long. But then some other people are going to have to fucking be able to make the case, well, why shouldn't I get a raise? Well, what'd you do to get one? Where's your ratings? Where's your fucking interest? Blah, blah, blah. But that goes on in every locker room. As soon as you hire a star for any money, then the other stars want the same amount of money that star got, which was one of the things that led WCW to fucking implode because they had not only signed they signed Hall and Nash with the favored nations clause. They had to get a raise anytime anybody else came in. But then they gave Eric Bischoff permission with the company he was running to bring Bret Hart in and not pay them that much because they couldn't. But you've always got something like that in a locker room in a wrestling company when there's money being paid or business being done. And sometimes the money that's being paid to people, those aren't the same people that are the ones that are doing the business. So therein lies the bone of contention. But since Vince McMahon has been dealing with that for 40 years, Tony Khan doesn't even have the fucking balls or the guts or the goddamn ability to separate business from friendship enough to tell Dwarf Dongsucker and fucking Jelly Nutella that they're fired. He just lets their contract run out, leaves them sitting at home, and keeps sending them a check every week. And a lot of people go, well, that's a fine businessman. Well, goddamn, no, it's actually not. when you hire somebody simply on somebody else's say-so and keep them employed for 3 years, even though they're useless, and just bring your program down to the point where finally people get so sick of looking at them, and you've got other guys that are better to feature, so you just leave them off, but you still pay them? That may be good business for the guy that's getting paid, but it's not good business for the guy that's doing the paying.
It's good for me.
So anyway,
I always say, don't trust a snake, and also never no-show.
And never book one either, because they don't show up on time. But that's, I mean, MJF is going to ruffle some feathers of people that aren't as good as he is and aren't attracting the attention and the interest that he is. And, well, sorry. But for Jake to say any of this and Jake dividing a locker room. Where was he when all those people were sitting in the locker rooms going, well, fucking Jake ain't here again. I got to work twice, or fucking Jake ain't here again. He's in the main event. People are going to ask for their money back.
Or even worse, Jake's here and he's high. Who's going to protect me?
Jake's here and he's fucked up. So how much harder do we have to work to cover up for that? Or is he going to fucking drop me on my head because he don't know where his head's at? Some people shouldn't comment on certain topics. That's all I was going to say. I just saw that and got a tickle out of it. I thought you might also.
I find it quite funny, but let's move on. Let's see what else the listeners want to know about here on the show. This next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Nick Hart in Olaf, Kansas.
Olathe, Kansas. Olathe.
You're familiar with it?
It's a place in Kansas.
Have you been there?
I've been through there.
How many times have you worked in Kansas?
Oh, God. Well,
I mean, more than you can count?
Well, no, not more than I can count right now because I don't remember exactly. I'd have to get all my books and do some research, but not that many. We worked Kansas City a couple of times. I've famously told the story for the Central States office, but also for Crockett and Vince running Kansas City. St. Louis is in Missouri. Kansas City is in both Kansas and Missouri. There's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. So the Central States office used to run Kansas City, Kansas, but the big building, what was it, Kemper Arena? That was in Kansas City, Missouri. So that might not count for the WWF as working Kansas, even though I was in Kansas City. But then there was Carry On My Wayward Son and Dust in the Wind and People of the South Wind and all those other great Kansas hits.
All right, well, let's see if this is a Kansas hit.
And I think I worked Topeka one night.
Well, here's a question from Nick Hart. Good morning, Jim and Brian. Can you please explain the origins and connotations of the words rib and stooge within the context of pro wrestling? People who are unfamiliar with pro wrestling think rib to mean a delicious meal when it comes from pigs. So, the delicious meal when it comes from pigs. And a stooge is a character from an old television show. Thank you for the entertainment and enjoyment.
Well, rib is not a wrestling term per se. Rib used to be, watch any of the old 30s B movies. Oh, you got to be ribbing me. It was, smart ass talk, slang in the 30s and 40s. You're ribbing me. It's a joke. It's a rib, whatever. And it stuck with wrestling. So it wasn't like rib was just necessarily a carny term or anything. People in those days knew what it was, but it stuck in wrestling, whereas, terminologies change and other things. With, what was the other thing?
Stooge.
Stooge. The reason why the Three Stooges were called the Three Stooges was because they were the Stooges. They were the minions of a guy named Ted Healy, who was a vaudeville comedian. And when they first got into movies, the Three Stooges came with Ted Healy, who was the star of the movie, and the Stooges did their thing. Stooges is a gopher, a fetch and carry guy, a mope, a mooch, some idiot that does your bidding, right? He's your stooge. And that was a phrase that was in common everyday lingo back in the 20s and 30s as well. But again, it stuck in wrestling because it came to be applied to a stooge. An office stooge was the referee or one of the guys that had a job in that promotion forever because he was a flunky or a stooge that did the bidding and or told the boss, the promoter, the booker, dirt and scoops on the talent. So that became, and that it not only so-and-so is somebody's stooge, their gopher or their flunky, but also to stooge off something meant that stooge was going to go to the office and tell on you for something you did that you didn't want them to know about. You got stooged on or stooged off. So those were common terms in the United States, at least at some point, and just meandered into wrestling and got stuck there. But that's always been a term in wrestling and a term in general life for, a flunky or just some minion. And the stooge part as relates to, telling secrets and telling on guys kind of went along with that. Does that make any sense?
What do you think now when you're seeing terms that are wrestling terms getting brought back into mainstream society?
Well, it was weird when...
Like jabroni on Always Sunny.
Well, yes, because jabroni was a wrestling term that started out as jobber, jabberoonie, jabroni, that kind of thing. And Lawler used to use it on TV in the 70s when he was a heel. You're nothing but a no-good jabroni. So when The Rock started using it, it was funny to me, but a lot of guys were like, wow, they hadn't heard it used on TV before. There was, an inside term being used on TV. But, again, like when I had anxiety attacks, when Snoop Dogg put out his first record and started doing the off-brand version of Carney. It wasn't really Carney, but it was close enough that I was like, fuck, that's a little close. We can't say that too loud anymore. You used to be able to speak Carney right out in front of the fans and they wouldn't pick up on it and nobody knew what the fuck. But with Snoop Dogg doing a kind of an offshoot of it, it gave you the key. If you tried hard enough, you could figure it out. And then it get my butthole tightened every time I heard that shit on the radio. I didn't know we'd have much bigger problems coming up in 20 years or so. But yeah, I mean, it's terminology changes. And you can, if you watch a lot of old movies, especially the old, the fucking Howard Hawks movies where they had quick, snappy dialogue and sometimes tromped over each other to make it more natural. And the patter, the old phrases of patterns of speech and figures of speech, ways of talking. It's, you can tell how things have changed, but every once in a while something comes back around. But right now, I don't know that any wrestler in the business now understands how to actually use the wrestling terminology, and more of them use it like the fans on the internet use it than the way it actually is applied or was originally the original intent of the whole thing. That's why I put that glossary in Behind the Curtain, available at jimcornette.com, to tell people what were really wrestling terms and what weren't, what became wrestling terms because people applied them even though they weren't really, and what many of those terms actually meant instead of the weird meanings that they've given them today. I love it. I love it in a sarcastic way. It gives me gas when people will say, and then the babyface goes out and gets their heat. What? That's a complete mutually exclusive term. No. The heel goes out and gets his heat. Babyface goes out and gets a little shine put on him, then gets heat put on him, and then makes a comeback. But if your babyface goes out and gets a lot of heat, he's done his job backwards. Just shit like that.
Well, you can't expect them to speak Carney if they can't even figure out exactly what a Carney is.
I don't think they can find the county fair.
Well, on that note, let's go to our next question. This one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Alan. I recently saw an old poster for a card at the Louisville Gardens, with the main event being Nick Bockwinkel defending the AWA title against the fabulous Jackie Fargo. Having seen Jackie wrestle for years in my hometown of Chattanooga, I wondered, did this really take place? And if so, what happened? I believe it was in 1979. Did you happen to see this?
I did, and the only thing that I must take you to task on is you didn't see a poster for the Louisville Gardens because they didn't do posters for the Gardens. You might have seen a newspaper ad on Twitter or on the internet or whatever, but then you mislooked because the Jackie Fargo-Nick Bockwinkel match took place in Evansville, Indiana. Bockwinkel was in for a week, as I recall, and I'm trying to think. I want to say that he may have worked with Lawler in Louisville that week, but in Evansville, Lawler was not there, and Bockwinkel worked with Jackie Fargo. And for any younger fans who may not have seen or be familiar with either one, or definitely for fans who know both, they would have thought that's got to be the biggest style clash in the history of wrestling, because Bockwinkel was so in shape and so technical, and Fargo at that point, he'd been, he was almost ready to retire, and he was only wrestling intermittently at that point for special occasions because of the power of his name. And he wasn't in that great of shape, and he always liked to fight and throw fists and, bring the table in the ring and get the furniture involved. They had a good match because it was a small house in Evansville. Neither guy was going to get hurt. Bockwinkel at the time was the AWA champion. He was working for Vern full time. And Fargo was running his place of business over in North Carolina, probably, I think, by then, and making most of his money from there. The gambling parlor with the confusing front on it, so nobody knew what was going on. So they just had a match, arm drags and body slams and hip tosses. And Jackie could work. His idol was Buddy Rogers. He was a Buddy Rogers understudy. He worked for Jack Pfeffer all that time. He could work when he wanted to, but it was a cold match. There was no blood feud. So that people loved Fargo and people hated Bockwinkel. They just worked a wrestling match, and it worked. So it wasn't the bizarreness that and Bockwinkel understood that this is Jackie Fargo. Anywhere else in the country, he couldn't get arrested, but here he's God, and I'm going to fucking work with him like that. And Fargo didn't give a shit about the AWA title or making the fucking champion look bad or anything like that. He was getting a payoff from young Jerry Jarrett, little man. So they had a good match and nobody had a problem. And they did a DQ, as I recall. And that was the end of that. So that was probably the one and only time that ever happened, that match. But I was there and it wasn't bad.
All right, Jim, our next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from DJ in Memphis, Tennessee. What do you think about AEW separating the rosters between Rampage and Dynamite? I was just thinking in my head how I would do things a little different and thought maybe more guys would get time on screen if the rosters were separated like Raw and SmackDown. The issue is, everyone hates the WWE brand split. I know Jim believes in one championship, so maybe one world title to bounce from show to show, but separate rosters, I'm not sure. What do you think? And I will say, never been a fan of the brand split, but it makes more sense for AEW than WWE if you look at the roster size and how many people they have. WWE should combine it immediately.
Well, yeah, here's the thing is, first of all, he said he was thinking in his head. What part of his anatomy does he usually think in? I've just wondered about that. But no, don't split the brand. Obviously, you should feature some people on TV on Friday that you didn't feature on Wednesday and vice versa. But don't make them completely separate brands, because then number one, you're giving Tony Khan the task of picking who gets to be on what show. And since he does the weird job he does on everything else, then you'd end up seeing Daniel Garcia in the main event every Wednesday night instead of just once every 3 weeks. No, keep a roster. Have an individual champion and a tag team champion and a fucking TV champion or whatever if you want to, but keep the same roster and just have the discipline when you're writing the shows to, yes, my flagship is Wednesday night. It gets the best ratings. It's the best time slot. So that's going to be my A show, as Dusty used to call them, the A show, where that gets all of the top angles and the top talent, and that's what I want everybody to know primarily. The B show on Friday, we still want to feature top talent because it does a number whenever we do, and hockey's not kicking it off everywhere. But at the same time, this is to complement the A show. Have an angle or two running on the Friday night show between some people that the fans might be interested in, and then use the rest of it to juice up what you've done on Wednesday night, a package, a recap, comments about what happened and looking forward to the next week. Use it to promote your show the following Wednesday. Use Wednesday to promote the show on Friday. Make them work together, and they have their place in the pecking order, but not completely different talent. Or then the only thing you've got similar between the two programs is the name AEW. And no, if you've got more real estate, you don't want to start from scratch on something completely different. You want to spread out what you've been doing on your main television program and make it better and explain it more. I've mentioned in special cases, while they were being bumped around, no reason to get froggy and decide I'm going to write the best TV shows of all time that are going to be on at 5 in the afternoon or 11 o'clock at night or whatever. Give the people something and flesh out what you're doing on your main program. And then when you're back in your normal time slot, then you got to give them a main event or something attractive, but you want to cross promote your main stuff as much as possible. So the problem is there is nothing that really continues from week to week on the Friday night program. It's just the catch-all for all the fucking yahoos he doesn't have room for on Wednesday night. And then you don't really get a lot of news from Wednesday night, which is probably the stuff that the bigger stars that are doing than is on the Friday night show. It sits out there, just kind of bites. And we don't even see fucking Mark Henry anymore conducting the interview. He just pops in with his head to say, it's time for the main event. They started the program. It was going to have its own identity and its own commentators. And now it's just, well, here's the outtakes. So that's what I think.
Do you think there is any way, because you run into the problem that if the people at home know that it's one parent organization who owns everything, they know that. You can't take that away. But is there a way to try to cure the problem of we have nowhere to send people? If you were a billionaire, and not just Tony, but just anyone, to use an example, a billionaire wrestling fan, and you have a giant roster, and you have a television partner who likes you, at some point do you say, I'd like there to be a way I could send some of my guys somewhere. There isn't that place. I should create that place. I could create a few of those places. Is there any possibility of that being something that would work?
Well, not in this situation. He's already got someplace to send somebody. Ring of Honor, which doesn't have a television program,
right,
or a roster, or is not functioning, but they've got champions that are defending the belts on the other programs, which is another way to water down and dilute all your titles because everybody's got a belt. if it would be a good idea to, if you have an unlimited amount of money.
That's what we call the Jacques Rougeau fan club, the unlimited amounties.
Yeah, but if you got an unlimited amount of money, start a place where guys can go to get experience. But then not only does Tony have to figure out how to book and run a national television promotion, but he's got to book and run a territory, which is even more difficult. And nobody in that company is going to be running any territories in the near future. There'd be 3 people probably on his payroll with experience in it, and they're all over 60. So it would be an idea, but not for these people to do that, because not a single one of them could run a local territory. Getting local television, establishing local sponsors, getting local buildings booked to give the guys work to get experience.
That's kind of my question. If there was a way, and again, there is only so many things Tony could do. We talk about the fact AEW has a great partner with Warner. That doesn't mean Ring of Honor has anywhere to go. And until they do, they have nowhere to go. But I'm not even talking about running a territory, because that's not even what Tony's doing. He runs 1 show a week, sometimes 2. Maybe 3 if there's a pay-per-view. But that's it. I mean, there are no house shows. There's nothing else. Is there, again, he's a billionaire, and using him as an example, but it could be anyone. If you didn't have to worry about any of that, and you were just running a TV taping that would be somehow stylistically different than the other show, so that if you went from one to another, it would mean something. Is there anything to that?
Boy, something different. There would be something to it, but it looks like their normal television program is a rock rolling down a hill, completely out of control. So now we're going to add different moving parts. I just don't see how they could pull it off. But
I don't think Tony should be booking all of this.
No, but he won't let anybody else do anything. He said that. So he said that to me 4 years ago, and he said it since. And he means it. It is. I wonder if am I the only? Maybe I am. Am I the only motherfucker that as soon as he said to them, nobody's going to book my promotion but me, they immediately tuned everything out that he said? Because I'm wondering if he ran off a bunch more people with that statement, because most of the people that I knew, worked with, and had any admiration for in the wrestling business, when they heard that statement from that guy, they didn't hear another goddamn word from him. Now, the people that wanted a check and wanted a job and didn't care whether it was going to be any good or not, they probably did quite a bit more listening. But no, I wonder how many people has chosen not to be involved in this because they know that Tony Khan is not going to get out of the way and let anybody do anything.
I think, unfortunately, with the wrestling business, there aren't too many people who have a principle and stand for it. I don't think there.
But do you want to swim around in a goddamn septic tank? Like Punk said, I don't want to be another guy doing bad television. So he went to a place where he could do a good segment, and then the rest of the TV was bad. But at least his was good. But anyway, yes, all those ideas would be great, but I don't see anybody pulling any of those ideas off.
Well, what's really sad and really awful is here I am trying to come up with ideas to help wrestlers, give them more places to work, more places to gain employment, and you're just shooting it right down, hurting the potential for all these wrestlers, the potential future income, the families that you're taking money and food right off their table. If I was one of these wrestlers, and I'm not, but if I was, I'd probably want to sue.
God damn it, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, couldn't have stretched far enough to grab that one around the throat. But I'll attempt to do something with it. You know, if somebody wants to sue my ass, well, you can't do it because I've got the lawyer all wrapped up. But if you want to sue somebody else's ass, I know exactly who you should call.
Call Stephen P. News. If you too soon. An outlaw mud show or two. Those are the rest.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, you had that sinus infection, Brian. When you went to the doctor, he must have removed your transition gland or your segue fucking gland. But anyway, folks, if you'd like to sue somebody, call Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. We've mentioned him so many times on the program. He's a worldwide celebrity now. You know, he's our legal expert here on the programs. I guess now we got to get a doctor since there's so many injuries. We got to have a medical an analyst here as well. But Stephen P. New can analyze your chances of winning your case in an open court and then doing everything he can to bring that case to justice and to bring you the compensation that you so richly deserve, whether it's wrongful termination, whether you've been injured, whether you've been poisoned, whether someone's neglect or negligence has caused you or your family to in any way be inconvenienced or physically harmed. Now is the time to write down this number, 888-692-8084. Now is the time to log on to newlawoffice.com and see not only all the cases he had won, nearly $100 million in judgments for people just like you, and many more people who look better than you and are nicer than you. But that's just me. But he's also a philanthropist. We've mentioned this many times. He gives money to feed the homeless and to clothe the hungry and to house the naked and do all those things, and gets also...
He's such a good guy. You do this to him every week.
How did I suddenly have him clothing the homeless, feeding the naked, and whatever else he gets?
Yes, folks, he's on a commune. That's where he lives.
He gives all those people everything that they need. He'll give you what you need and more. If you just call Stephen at 888-692-80, tell him Brian told you to call. Brian Last said call at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're always up. You never sleep.
Do not call him in the middle of the night. Otherwise, you can say I called.
He answers the phone quite a bit. He's got his own private eye, you know, the Pinkertons. Adam and Billy Pinkerton, they never sleep. Stephen P. New, newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. Do you know that's how the term private eye came into existence? Do you know that story, Brian?
I'm not sure.
In the 1800s, before there was an FBI or any type of federal law enforcement agency, it was just local sheriffs and marshals and things of that nature. There was a private security firm called the Pinkerton Agency, and they hired gunfighters and roughnecks and men of all sorts to hire out to the railroads and banks and the Pony Express and people who needed protection that the law at the time did not cover. And this was a for-profit basis. But the Pinkerton Agency, their slogan was, "We never sleep." They were always on the lookout, and "We never sleep." The Pinkerton Agency was written around an eye that was open, because they never sleep. And because they were a private security force, the Pinkerton men started to be known as private eyes. And that led to the formation of the modern private detective.
Very interesting. And later on, of course, Pinkerton met Cho-Cho-san, and we got Madame Butterfly out of that. Let's get going.
Hey, I'm trying to just educate the people here. And
so am I.
This out of me.
So am I. I love the opera. But anyway, let's get back to some questions before we wrap things up. Jim, I have some... Let me just slam my pen a few more times. Sorry, Jace.
Here.
This is what's happening over here today.
I'll do a couple. How about this? There you go.
You want me to top that? You know what I'm doing here? Want me to show you what I'm doing? I'm teaching myself how to play saxophone. You have that to look forward to on a future episode of the show.
Well, God damn you, in that case, I'll just... How about that?
But anyway, Jim... Well, thank you very much, big boy. Jim, we have some questions that have been sent in about some quotes from former WWE he's a deadly disease. Former WWE star Tyrus, a.k.a. Brodus Clay. I have an article that was sent to me. It's on Wrestle Talk by Taylor Sanchez. It's about a story...
Is he the cousin of Dirty Sanchez?
I don't believe there's any relation there, but it's about a story of him almost losing his WrestleMania match. It says he was going to work with Heath Slater. He was talking with Chris Van Vliet. He was doing an interview with that guy. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name. I apologize. But he said that...
Did you say Chris Van Clit?
I did not. It's Vliet. Because I remember last time I said Villet, and people got mad at me. But I don't know what the hell they were trying to correct me with. But anyway.
Sounds Dutch to me.
Tyrus did an interview, and he was talking about how his match with Heath Slater was going to be cut from WrestleMania due to time constraints. He says John Cena faked the bathroom break.
I'm surprised it wasn't due to the constraints of only wanting to have good matches on WrestleMania.
He said John Cena faked the bathroom break to get him on the WrestleMania stage. Here's the quote. "We were supposed to have a match with Heath Slater, but time got cut. Cena did one of the most selfless things that a top guy doesn't have to do. Vince was shaking his head. The match before went over, and they were heavy on time. Vince was shaking his head and was like, I think we have to cut it. All of a sudden, Cena's getting ready, looks at me, and says, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm like, what? He said, 6 minutes? And he just left. Now I had to go. I'm out. And I got my WrestleMania moment because Cena had to go to the bathroom. What do you think of that story?
That sounds like a pretty shitty story to me. Well, I guess he should thank John Cena for getting him on WrestleMania. I think now he's got some heat with the fans who had to watch that match, but could it be that John was being charitable and nice to Tyrus or the Funkasaurus or whatever he was then? Or was it just that because John thought there was another match coming up in front of him, he really did have to take a shit? We'll never know.
All right. Well, Jim, before we wrap things up, let's play a few games. We got some programs here.
Uh-oh.
These are uh-oh programs. These may be tough. Of course, guess the program. I will talk about a card that is listed in a program from my collection I have in my hand. Jim will do his best to guess the town, the date, and I guess that's it. The town and the date. Are you ready, Jim?
I am ready.
All right, let's start with this first one. The first event, Black Gordman versus Richard Blood. The second event, Captain Frank Dusek versus Wild Bill Irwin. The third event, there is a title on the line, but I will not name it due to it giving away something about the show. Bugsy McGraw versus Jose Lothario. The co-feature, Kevin Von Erich and the Spoiler versus King Kong Bundy and Arman Hussein. The main event for the World Heavyweight Championship, Ric Flair of Minneapolis, 240 pounds, versus Kerry Von Erich of Lake Dallas, 260 pounds. And for some reason, there is one photo of him doing like a Sig Heil. I don't know why they're using this one. And then the co-feature, Al Madrill versus the Great Kabuki.
Well, I knew this was Texas after the second match with Frank Dusek and Bill Irwin. The year has to be 1981 because it would be if Flair was the champion. And I think it would be the late in 1981 because he didn't win the title until September?
Yeah, why are you stuck on 81? Why not 82 or 83?
Because I think this is very early because Arman Hussein was still in Dallas. So was Jardine. And Hussein is wrestling, whereas later on they took him out of the ring and it was him and Gary Hart, H&H Enterprises, right? And they were co-managers.
That's right.
And also, would this have been late 1981? Because did not Bugsy McGraw go to Dallas right after he left Memphis? So yeah, we're in the Dallas territory. It could be Fort Worth, it could be Dallas, it could be. Well, at that time, I don't think it would have been anywhere but Dallas or Fort Worth. Late 1981.
You're very, very close. It is Friday, April 23rd, 1982.
God damn it.
Now, I'm going to give it to you when you say the Dallas territory, because it is technically, but that's one of the things that makes this an interesting program. 1982, at the Joe and Harry Freeman Coliseum.
San Antonio,
Texas.
And you did the reverse to me the other day when you had the program from the San Antonio office, but they were running in Houston, opposition to Paul Bosch.
And here's Fritz going into San Antonio, where they used to use his talent, running against Joe Blanchard. So everyone's just running against each other.
Everybody wanted to take over San Antonio, and nobody drew a dime in the last 50 years there.
This is the association official program, the match the wrestling world wants the most. The showdown will be here Friday, May 7th. Fritz versus Kabuki. Why has Fritz von Erich been a box office champion throughout most of his career? Because he has the talent. Because he has mastered the Iron Claw. And because he has the vast ring experience. All of the above are true, but
also because he owns the company.
But the bottom line is that Fritz is a winner. A man who can out-wrestle and out-rough the best of them. Well, that's that program. Jim, our next program. The opening match. One fall, 30-minute time limit. Dale Wayne versus Victor Costello.
Okay.
The second match. Al Leclerc versus Joe Meich.
Wait, spell that last one.
M-A-I-C-H. I may be mispronouncing that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
The next match, 2 out of 3 falls, 45-minute time limit. Buck Masters versus, it says here Lewis Klein, but it's Lou Klein.
Lou Klein. All right. I finally heard of somebody.
And the main event, 2 out of 3 falls, 60-minute time limit. Miguel Torres versus Bert Ruby.
Well, we're in Michigan. Bert Ruby's wrestling. Lou Klein is on the card. Both of them were older than dirt. Lou Klein's mother charged the Light Brigade. He was so old.
Why do you got to insult his mother? You could have just insulted him and said he was so old.
Well, then I would have been accusing him of gay relations with the Light Brigade.
You don't get wrestling history talk like this anywhere else, folks.
That's got to be the 40s. And we're in Michigan somewhere. I got no other clue.
You know, I'm actually trying to find a firm location here, and that's the only thing I don't have. You know, like these old programs, they list the streets and then they have the phone numbers with the first 2 initials, but they don't actually say where. I believe this is, if not Detroit, it is Michigan. December 11th, a Tuesday, 1945.
Boom. There, 4 days after, well, no, that was 41. So it's 4 years and 4 days after Pearl Harbor Day.
Here's a note from inside this program here. By the way, the lucky number is A4508. So if they call this one, we won something.
Bingo.
Oh, 2 tickets to any future event. That's a good deal.
So what's the name of the building they're in?
Fairview presents. I mean, I'm not saying that's the name of it. Mac at Fairview. I'm guessing it's the Fairview.
I have not heard. This has to be some kind of small spot show. But it was in Michigan, obviously.
When intermission rolls around and hunger comes to you, then buy a red hot dog. It's good and filling too. But here's what it says about tag teams, a tag team match. There are 2 wrestlers to a team. Only 2 wrestlers start the match with the referee tossing a coin to decide the initial competitors. The 2 wrestlers who do not start the match retire to a corner outside the ring, each holding a short rope attached to the ring post. Again, I want to just reiterate, this is 1945. When one of the... Go ahead.
I was just going to say the first tag team wrestling match that ever took place in Louisville, Kentucky, and it's in one of my books that I think it was 1943 with the Welch brothers. The tag team wrestling was new at that point in a lot of places, and people didn't understand it. They had to explain it.
When one of the starting wrestlers appears in trouble and is close enough to his partner so that the latter can reach his hand without entering the ring and still maintain hold of the rope, he may then be relieved in the ring by his partner, while he must leave the ring and take up the original place of his teammate outside the ring. Both members of a team must be pinned to constitute a fall, and in most matches, the best 2 of 3 falls decides the winning team. According to the rules, it is important that the man outside the ring must not touch any other part of his partner's body except his hand.
Boom!
In order to make himself eligible to enter the ring and replace his teammate.
Boom!
I didn't know that.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's not
the
the
wrong
bomb.
one.
I thought I had a bomb on here. Yeah. And here's another thing that delineates an interesting early rule that was later on judged to be unwieldy and got in the way, that to win a fall, both guys needed to be pinned. That went away fairly quickly because you were eating up a lot of finishes and it was difficult to carry off.
It stayed in Lucha, right?
And that was you either pinned, both guys or pinned the team captain, one or the other, right? If it was a 6-man. But the point is, it didn't last long in this country. It didn't happen everywhere in the United States when they introduced tag wrestling, and the places it didn't last long because it was unwieldy and hard to get the point across.
All right, Jim, our next program I have here, I'm going to leave off the opening match because it wasn't on the program. It was written in by someone.
Okay.
And it'll give away everything. But there is no TV for this championship card.
No TV.
Which, according to the note here, drew 10,000... That can't be right. 10,527 people. At least that's what I assume the person is saying was the attendance.
It could have been $10,527. When we figure out where it is, I'll tell you which one I think.
Jane Sherrill lost to Lita Merez. The Alaskan lost to a substitution, Pedro Morales. I'm not certain on that because the way it's written, I think it's Morales, but I'm trying to double check here. I believe it's Pedro Morales. Ray Stevens and Rocky Montero versus Los Medicos of Mexico. A Texas death match, Pepper Gomez lost to John Tolis, and the main event for a championship I will not name. Well, actually, no, well, it's an interesting thing here. Both men are champions in this match. Freddie Blassie versus Bobo Brazil.
Okay, well, it's the Los Angeles territory. But not necessarily the Olympic Auditorium in Los Angeles. I think you're trying to fuck with me.
It is the Olympic. I'm not going to make...
Is it the Olympic?
I can see why you think I would fuck with you, but I'm not going to here.
Okay, well, I can see why everybody thinks that you'll fuck. Well, in that case, if it's the Olympic, that was 10,527 fans, and I'm going to give the year...
And you know what? Now that we said the Olympic, I'm going to give you one more clue. Freddie Blassie is listed as the America's champion. Bobo Brazil is the world champion.
WWA champion, right?
It doesn't say WWA, just world champion.
Well, but world champion,
Right.
but that was the WWA. Could that be 1968 or 69 or 70?
Friday, March 8th, 1968.
There you go.
Charter member of the WWA, the Worldwide Wrestling Associates.
And what was the opening match that was written in that would have given it away for me?
Ricky Ronaldo lost to Mr. Moto. As soon as you heard Moto, you would have known where it was.
Well, yeah, but I as I said, I knew once you got to Gomez, Tolosan, and Blassie and Bobo, it had to be the Los Angeles territory, and 10,527, that's the only place in the Olympic that they could have put that many people in. I mentioned that it may be $10,527 because I have a couple of programs that I got from not only Gordon Soley's collection, but also from a guy that had gotten them from Boyd Pierce. And when the offices sent programs to other offices, they would write down the house, because my Amarillo program that was sent to the Florida office, and Gordon Soley had it in his collection, it was written in sellout and like $8,700 rather than the attendance, because all the promoters wanted each other to know what kind of money they were doing. So sometimes you will see something like that.
I actually thought before I got to Blassie versus Bobo that there was a chance you could have thought it was Texas.
No, Jane Sherrill could have been anywhere, right? When you got to Alaskan and Pedro Morales, and then when you mentioned Rocky Montero, I'm thinking, was this mid-60s in maybe New Mexico or Arizona? But then once you got to Gomez and Tolos, okay, there we go.
Here's an interesting one. The opening match, one fall, 30 minutes. Juan Hernandez versus Ted Christie. The second bout, Ralph Granillo.
What?
Ralph Granillo or Ralph Granillo versus Enrique Romero.
Ricky Romero, but could that have been Grimaldi?
I don't think so. Granillo. The third match, a special attraction. It's a trophy match. Joe Blanchard versus Tony Martin.
And Tony Martin, of course, Tom Renesto.
And the main event, 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. John Tolos and Tom Rice versus Rocky Valentine and Prince Maiyava.
Okay, hold on. Rocky Valentine, is that Buddy Fuller?
I actually don't think he is the Rocky Valentine here. I was thinking it may be a different Rocky Valentine.
Okay. Tom Rice was a wrestler in the 60s from Alabama, and later on quit the business and became a member of the Alabama, House of Representatives or Congress or whatever. He had a political career. Rocky Valentine, was that the name that Buddy Fuller used for Jack Pfeffer when he wanted to make him a Valentine brother? Was it Cowboy something Valentine?
I have one of those programs over here. Now you're messing me up. Actually, I think, and I could be wrong, I was thinking this was Johnny Valentine.
Joe Blanchard.
Actually, there's a picture right here on the cover. It's Johnny Valentine.
So they're just calling him Rocky.
Cowboy Rocky Valentine.
Huh.
Says cowboy in quotes.
Ted Christie, that could be anywhere. Vic and Ted Christie were big in California in the 40s and 50s. Enrique Romero, that's Ricky Romero. That's early. It's not Texas, or not the West Texas, I don't think, because, go ahead.
And I should clarify here because I think some fans probably thought I mispronounced it. I didn't mean to say Prince Maiyava. I said Prince Maiyava. Different guy.
Neff Maiyava, right?
Right.
So, because it's not Peter Maivia. That's when they named Peter Maivia, they named him after the only Samoan that they could think of in wrestling up to that point, which was Nef Maiva, but nobody knew how to spell it or pronounce it. John Tolos in his younger days, Joe Blanchard and Tom Ernesto in their younger days. This has to be the late 50s or early 60s at most recent, but I'm thinking it's in the 50s. And this is Texas or somewhere out west, but is it West Texas?
It is not.
Is it anywhere in Texas?
It is not.
God damn you. Is it anywhere in New Mexico or the southwestern states?
It is not a part of the southwestern states, any southwestern state territory that I know of.
Okay, then one more question. Would this be considered more of an outlaw independent promotion of the time, or was it a legitimate promotional territory?
A legitimate territory. I'm not saying this was the main town of the territory. That's why if you just named the territory, that would be fine.
Yeah, it's a spot show.
This is a spot show.
God damn, this is a weird, but it's very Texas centric, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say then the Pacific Northwest.
Here's a picture of Prince Big Head Maava. San Bernardino, California.
Son of a bitch.
Saturday, December 31st, 1955.
Okay, I had the era right, but I would not have got that in a million years.
Would you have gone to that show on New Year's Eve?
Probably not.
Jim, our next card, the opening match, and I have the results here in the program, a draw between Mike Riker and Prince Pullins. Half-beast man Firpo defeated Rene Goulet.
What else did Bob Luce have to say?
Blackjack Lanza defeated Louis Martinez. We had a no contest in a tag team match. The Skullmen, Mad Dog and Butcher versus Wilbur Snyder and Pat O'Connor. Cowboy Watts versus Lars Anderson. And finally, the main event, Edouard Carpentier versus the mysterious Dr. X.
Oh, well, we're in the Midwest. And my question is it Chicago or is it a Vern town?
Well, remember, Vern did own a piece of Chicago, so you do have to
that's what I'm
that.
saying. Is it a completely wholly owned subsidiary town of the AWA, or is it Chicago, where Vern was involved, but so was Bruiser and Snyder and Bob Luce? And I have to, the way you described Firpo, I'm going with Chicago, the International Amphitheater, and I'm going to say it was in 1969.
It is the International Amphitheater in Chicago, Tuesday, March 18th, 1969.
Bam!
This would have given it away if I told you about an advertisement here for a once-in-a-lifetime Vern Gagne tour to sunny Spain and Portugal. April 23rd to May 7th, 2 fun weeks. Write for a colorful brochure today. Vern Gagne tour, and it has an address here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Dickman Hotel has a little picture of Vern, and it says, "Come on along."
Do you think Vern actually went on that trip with people?
Was this a way for Vern to get a free trip? I mean, I would never put that past a wrestling promoter.
The Dickman Hotel, by the way, was a Y, D-Y-C-K, right?
Yes.
Because they had a lot of class.
Nah.
No regular I dicks. They had a Y dick.
Hammond, Indiana, wrestling dates. Hammond Civic Center. Buy tickets now. Saturday, March 8th and Saturday, March 22nd, and watch the show Sunday, Monday, Thursday. It was on 3 days a week?
Yeah.
Wow.
Chicago? Are you kidding?
Girls, while they last. King of Sport charms.
Girls while they last?
10-karat gold-filled wrestling charms. Plus King of Sport tie tacks for men and boys. Only $3.98, tax included. You can get them from the office.
Well, I don't need tax. I can keep it on myself.
It's interesting. You can get it from the office. Boyd Pierce was selling them to the office. I'm assuming they're from Boyd Pierce if it's all these little things with Wrestling King of Sport on it. He was selling it to Vern in the office. That's interesting. All right. One more program here. Is this the only place the card's listed? No. There's a card on the cover and there's a card on the inside. The inside's the spot show, I think. The outside is also the outside. No, it's the same card. What the fuck is this? All right, here we
just wrap it up there, Skippy.
Chatty Yakuchi versus Pedro Valdez. Bob Armstrong versus the Challenger. Rip and Randy, the Tyler Boys, versus. There's nothing listed here. Like it just says versus, and then there's a line to go to the next match. There's nothing there. Nick Bockwinkel versus Joe Scarpa. Carl von Stroheim versus Professor Kimura. El Mongol and Leo Garibaldi versus Buddy Colt and Homer Odell. And the main event... The main event, no time limit. Dr. Bill Miller versus Doug Gilbert, the professional.
Well, we're in Georgia.
Yes, we are.
And I'm going to say that is either 19... What?
Let me just say here, because I'm looking through the program, the reason there's nothing listed for the Tyler Brothers, it's their debut. I guess there was nothing planned yet, but it says Tyler Brothers debut.
Okay. I'm going to say 1969 or 1970. And we're in Georgia, and I don't know if that's the Omni or if it's the City Auditorium in Atlanta, or I don't know if it would be another one of the towns. That sounds like an Atlanta card at the time. So 68 or 69 in Atlanta at the City Auditorium, because they weren't running the Omni yet.
Friday, May 29th, 1970, Lakewood Park.
Shit! Outdoors. I forgot about that. Lakewood Park outdoors. Was that Memorial Day weekend?
May 29th, it may have been.
Probably makes sense. Go outside, Memorial Day weekend, big wrestling show.
Hey, listen to this one. I'm not going to make you guess this one, but it's interesting just because of what it is. Here are the matches listed for this show. It is Clovis, New Mexico, June 30th, 1967. Jerry Kozak versus the Duke, 2 out of 3 falls or 1 hour time limit. Dory Funk Sr. and Gory Guerrero versus the Alaskan and Mad Dog Maurice. And finally, a 9-man Russian Roulette Battle Royal. The last man gets $500. That's how you run a small show.
And that's the card, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Kozak and the Duke, you've got 2 guys. Dory Funk Sr., and owns the territory. And Gory Guerrero is Eddie and Chavo's, the Guerrero's father. I don't think Mad Dog Maurice was Mad Dog Vachon. I think that was some friend of theirs. So there with a tag and a fucking single match, you've got 6 guys. Book 2 underneath guys and put the manager in the fucking thing, and you got a 9-man battle royal, and you only have to pay 9 people and a referee. There you go.
Bring a friend to wrestling every Friday night. Try our concessions. Your favorite beverage. Hot dogs, popcorn, and candy. That's all it says. And then finally, there's actually an article here. Hillbilly Scuffler going great. Comes to Clovis soon. About Big Bad John, the handsome scuffler from the hills of Kentucky.
Oh my God.
The most amazing young warrior to hit wrestling's big time in the last quarter of a century. Wow.
Have you ever heard anybody call Big Bad John handsome?
Big Bad John, the handsome scuffler from the hills of Kentucky. Well, who wrote this?
Well, he did when he was young. You see the old pictures of Big Bad John, and he didn't have the big belly. He was a little leaner, but he had slicked back hair, and he did look like one of the Kentuckians from those days, Grizzly Smith or Luke Brown or whatever, with the long hair, and he was so, big. But Big Bad John. Then later, about 3 years later, he was a fucking Hell's Angel.
Well, Jim, before we wrap things up, a few rapid-fire Gordon Soley trivia questions for you.
All righty.
All right, let's see.
I'm on a roll here.
Junkyard blank.
Doggy, doggy, dog.
Which wrestler is known as the Iceman?
King Parsons.
For years, what was George the Animal Steel's non-wrestling occupation?
School teacher.
Who was Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine's Wrestler of the Year in 1974?
That's another one of those trick questions because Pro Wrestling Illustrated was not being published at that time, but continuing the lineage of their championships from Sports Review, Wrestling, and etc. 1974, I got to go with Briscoe or Bruno.
Bruno Sammartino, and actually Briscoe won in 73. That's the next card here.
There you go.
Which pro wrestler attended Notre Dame University and was an all-pro performer in the Canadian Football League?
Well, now hold on here, cowboy. Did Mosca go to Notre Dame?
That is the answer. Angelo King Kong Mosca, yes.
There we go. Okay.
What street did the fabulous Freebirds reportedly grow up on?
Bad Street. Actually, it was right down from Soddy Daisy, which is up above Chattanooga.
The blank Adrian Street.
The exotic Adrian Street.
Whom did Buddy Rogers defeat to win the NWA World Heavyweight title on June 30th, 1961?
Pat O'Connor.
What Florida counterpart to the famed Texas Charity Institution for Boys exists today?
The Boys Ranch.
Yeah, the Florida Sheriff's Boys Ranch.
Which Eddie Graham started because of the work that Dory Funk Sr. had done starting it in Texas and had that whole program going, and Eddie Graham worked under Funk Sr. and brought it to Florida.
Who is the administrator of the Four Horsemen?
James J. Dillon.
Blackjack Lanza is the brother of the late Italian song stylist Mario Lanza. True or false?
False.
In ladies pro wrestling,
he was actually the brother of famed wrestling photographer Tony Lanza.
In ladies pro wrestling, there are no weight categories. True or false?
That is true.
What name does wrestling manager Bobby Heenan prefer not to be called?
Weasel.
See, here's a trick one. Who held the NWA World Heavyweight title in 1945?
Well, there wasn't one, but if you go to the National Wrestling Association, was that not Longson?
It says Jim Londas, and that's, I gotta go back and check my history.
Okay, sad. That's a little kabuki-ish.
Name the only wrestler to earn a commercial pilot's license, although legally blind in one eye.
Eddie Graham.
That's right. At one time, as a novelty, wrestling combatants fought each other in a molasses-covered ring. True or false?
True.
True, in the late 1930s. What do you think that says? I have a lot of pictures in my collection, and I know there are ones out there. You see a lot of gimmick matches from that period of time, like in small little bars and stuff, from like the late 30s.
Yeah.
What does that say? During the Depression.
They were doing everything trying to get, it was during the Depression, and they wanted something that would be different, it would stand out, it would get people's attention. It wasn't like, we've told stories about Londos and Strangler Lewis and those guys drawing baseball stadium crowds during the Depression. Well, that was them, but the average jack-off wrestling show suffered just like everything else did. So what was it? There was a fishing town in Texas where they filled the ring up with fish, and they did the mud matches for the Hindus, and they did the mud matches with girls, and they did an ice cream match. And, if some local city or municipality was noted for some product that they could wrestle in, they would do that. And it just was, same thing as with the freaks and the geeks during World War II, when a lot of the guys were in service and, they had to rely on, the Martin the Blimp Levy. He's 600 pounds. Come see him. He can't move, but he'll fall on somebody. Or the monsters, the French Angel, the Swedish Angel, all the ugly people, the freaks and the geeks carried the business in a lot of cases, in a lot of places during World War II where Longson wasn't. That's why, St. Louis was the biggest drawing city in the United States for pro wrestling during World War II because of Bill Longson, and Toronto wasn't far behind it because of Bill Longson. But everywhere he couldn't appear or there were different promotions, they started doing gimmicks, and that carried the business through the latter part of the Depression and the World War II years and the drought in New York until television came around and gave everything a shot in the arm again.
And again, the reason I question Landis isn't even that he held the NWA, the National Wrestling Association title. I don't even think he held that title around then. I think he had like an outlaw version of the title.
Yeah, and that's, there was, some publicity put out as him as a world champion was something, and they got that for Gordon's. I don't think Gordon sat there and wrote down every single one of those questions. I bet he had a researcher.
Who wrestled collegiately at the University of Buffalo, born Don Beetleman?
Don Curtis.
That's correct. Which college, see, this one ain't right. Which college, famous for its professional wrestling alumni, did Dick Murdoch attend?
Well, they're going for West Texas State.
Yes, they are.
But obviously, as we now know, Murdoch never went to West Texas State. He just told everybody he did so believably that they started letting him come and play in the alumni games. He'd never played a goddamn down of football for West Texas, but he played in the alumni games and was better than most.
It's interesting how they cover this. Jim, what is Ronnie Garvin's relationship to Jimmy Garvin?
Well, legitimately, he's his stepfather, but what do they say there?
It says stepfather. I'm surprised they actually would put that
there you
here.
go. They were supposed to be brothers.
TV commentator Gordon Soley was the first to announce a match in the dark due to a power failure. True or false?
I'm going to say false just because if there was a power failure, how do you have a PA or television equipment?
Exactly. False it is. Vern Gagne played 4 professional football games before turning to pro wrestling in 1949. Name the team.
God damn it. You know me, I'm not good on football, much less football from 75 years ago, but was it the Gophers in Minnesota? Or is that's the college team, Minnesota Gophers?
It says the Green Bay Packers.
It's entirely possible, but I have no idea. Because did Vern not, he started in college and won a couple of wrestling tournaments, then went to the service, and then came back and finished college and won the NCAA and then turned pro, right? So he was in his mid to late 20s when he turned pro.
And I think a lot of those guys played together in school. It was like him, Namalini, Gene Kaniski. Like they all played football together.
Yeah. Wilbur Snyder, Joe Blanchard, Gene Kaniski, and somebody else were all on the same Canadian football team.
Jim, the first televised wrestling match was held in Simmons Bluff, Montana on April 1st, 1950. True or false?
That would not only be false, but caca!
What is Boris the Great Malenko's given name?
Larry Simon.
That is correct. I'm surprised that you could tell he was feuding with The Office still in 1987.
I'll just tell everybody what his real name is, too. Fake fucking Russian.
Well, here we go. True or false, Dusty Rhodes' given name is Virgil Rhodes.
Well, false.
It's false. That's right.
It's Virgil Riley Runnels, Jr.
What was the reasoning behind revealing that throughout? Like, forget about like the credits during the TBS years because you had to know it.
Right.
But like there were angles where they revealed his name wasn't Dusty Rhodes or anything remotely like Dusty Rhodes.
Well, the reason they did that was because it actually made Dusty more real. Because think about this, the whole story is, and they started doing it in Florida. You're not Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. I can hear Gary Hart saying it now. You're just that no good Virgil Runnels from Horseshoe, Texas, and you had no money and your father was a plumber. And, you know, that way they told people, yes, Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, the man of the people, he did just start out as a fucking ditch digger named Virgil. But it was real. He really was a ditch digger from Texas named Virgil Runnels. And that black guy that he used to dig ditches with named T.C. Lee, I bet he was real too. And they were in that ditch, and he was saying, one of these days I'm going to be something. I'm going to live the American dream, whatever. I didn't agree with putting Virgil Runnels as producer of the show on the credits on TBS because they had done angles where people did know Dusty's real name. And that, in effect, exposed the business, although so few people looked at the credits or gave a shit, right, as they're flying by. But it was Dusty's. Dusty had an ego, and he wanted to be recognized as you know, part of the guy that was making that show happen. But just revealing his name was really Virgil Riley Runnels made his story more real because he was just this redneck kid from Texas that all of a sudden became Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. Do you think when he was born, did his parents just instantly say, well, he looks like a Dusty, right?
Well, there was a baseball player named Dusty Rhodes.
Well, what was his real name? Fucking, you know, Snatches Kefauver, whatever the fuck, right? So I thought it made him, when they acknowledged that, it made him more real, but when he became the producer of the television program, it made him less real. Is there a trivia question in there? Does Gordon Soley ask how long Jim Cornette can go without pissing?
That is it. Do you have to piss right now?
Well, it's coming up shortly. I don't know how far we're going.
We're just about done, but his real name was James Lamar Dusty Rhodes, the baseball player.
Well, see?
The Fields brothers of Mobile, Alabama were popular wrestlers in the 60s. Name two of them.
Don, Luke, Bobby.
All right, you got two. What is the penalty?
Wait, what do you mean? There was those all three were people that I mentioned.
They have here just three: Lee, Don, and Bobby.
There was Don, there was Luke, there was Lee, there was Bobby, and there was Marshall. I swear to God, one of the kids worked as Marshall Fields.
All right.
I have newspaper ads also. There was, and then Speedy Hatfield was the guy that owned the racetrack where they had the matches. He was the patriarch of the Fullers back in the 50s, got them started in the business, and they were related by marriage.
What is the penalty according to the NWA rules for a wrestler accepting a bribe?
I cannot remember what they said down in Florida.
A $10,000 fine and/or a 1-year suspension. And finally, Jim, our final question: who managed the masked medics?
Well, okay, Dr. Ken Ramey, the interns became the medics in some territories, but the more understandable answer would be who managed the masked interns, but Ramey.
According to this, the answer is the Good Doctor.
What?
I don't know who that would be. The Good Doctor.
Okay. Well, whoever that might have been. They had one down there, I guess, at one time in Florida.
I like this question. Lex Luger left what university to play in the Canadian Football League? The University of Miami. All right. Well, Jim, we're going to wrap things up right now. We're not going to top that this week. So with that, the drive-thru is closed.
Oh, geez. Oh, my God.
I'm still learning. When I'm done with this.
Sounds like you need to learn how to breathe again.
Hey, I also got one of these, pentatonic. All right.
That's a little more pleasing.
The drive-thru returns next week, wherever you find your favorite podcast. And, of course, the Jim Cornette Experience this weekend, wherever you find your favorite podcast. New episode. That's it. This weekend, Jim Cornette Experience. Go through the archive, patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archive of the show going back to 2013, the Drive-Thru Any Experience, patreon.com/Cornette. Don't forget to subscribe to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, just under 300,000 subscribers. Be one of them today. Go to YouTube, search for Jim Cornette. It'll come right up. Full episodes, clips of episodes, omnibus collections, all with the very, very popular exclusive Travis Heckel artwork, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. You can follow Jim on Twitter at the Jim Cornette. You can follow me on Twitter at Great Brian Last. You can hear me on the 605 Superpodcast at 605pod.com or available wherever you find your favorite podcast. Don't forget about Cornette's Collectibles at jimcornette.com. What shouldn't they forget?
They shouldn't forget that within the next week or so, all of their stuff is going to be in the mail.
At jimcornette.com or from jimcornette.com.
Yes.
Don't forget the Drive-Thru is brought to you by the Law Office of Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. I'm smiling thinking about everything you said about him earlier. Until this weekend on
He's a fine man.
He helps naked people. Until this weekend on The Experience, and next week right back here on the Drive-Thru, for Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last. Tally-ho!